When you eat with anger, you eat violently. You crush the food as if it is the enemy, using your teeth to release a deep, hidden poison. Because you have suppressed so much rage, you go on gathering unnecessary fat in your body. You are not truly hungry. Your body is simply attempting a mental vomit of what society forced you to control. Stop hiding behind a false, smiling mask and face the inner electricity that is devouring you. Hello, my beloved friends. Today, let us dive into something that touches almost every modern human being, a subtle misery that you carry with you every single day to the kitchen, to the dinner table, and in the way you look at your own reflection in the mirror. You think your problem is simply food. You think your problem is a lack of willpower, or perhaps a faulty diet, or a modern lifestyle full of temptations. You go to the experts, the nutritionists, the fitness gurus, and you ask them for a method. You look for a technique, a strategy, a way to control your appetite. This is the great misfortune of the contemporary mind. All over the world, there is a tremendous obsession with how-toism. Everyone has become a how-toer. How to do this, how to do that, how to lose weight, how to be successful, how to influence people, even how to meditate and how to love. A day is not far off when some foolish person will ask how to breathe. Life cannot be reduced to technology. The moment you reduce life to technology, it loses all its flavor of joy, its poetry, its organic beauty. You become a machine trying to fix another machine. If you truly want to understand why you find yourself continuously opening the refrigerator when you are not even genuinely hungry, why you go on stuffing your body with unnecessary matter until you feel heavy, dull, and miserable, you must look far beyond the plate. You must look into the deep, dark, hidden corners of your own inner sky. To understand this, you must first understand the fundamental structure of your being. You exist in two dimensions simultaneously, the periphery and the center. The periphery is your boundary, the surface where you meet the outside world, where you interact with others, where the winds of circumstance touch you. The center is your eternal essence, your absolute core, which remains completely untouched, silent, and still, like the deep bottom of a vast ocean. When you look at the ocean, you see millions of waves, turmoil, anxiety, chaos on the surface. That chaos happens because the surface meets the wind. But deep down, in the furthest depths, the ocean remains entirely calm, quiet, as if in a deep state of eternal meditation. Not even a single ripple ever reaches there. It is exactly the same with you. On your periphery, where you encounter society, your family, your bosses, your responsibilities, there is constant turmoil, anger, greed, attachment, and anxiety. The tragedy is that you have become completely identified with your periphery. You think you are the waves, and because you are grounded on the periphery, you spend your entire life trying to fix, modify, and control the waves. You think that if you can just create a strong character, if you can just practice morality, if you can just force yourself to be good, patient, and calm, the turmoil will stop. But all the moralists and teachers who tell you to control yourself are only complicating your misery. They are trying to change you on the circumference, and all that you call your character is merely something written on you by others, your parents, your teachers, your society. You came into this world as a completely blank sheet, and everything written on your periphery is just a collection of social conditionings. When you try to control a wave on the surface of the ocean, what happens? You have to fight it. And through your fight, even more waves are created. Now, not only is the wind causing turmoil, but your own resistance is creating a massive, chaotic conflict on the water. This is what control does. It splits your mind. The part of you that society accepts becomes your conscious mind, your respectable mask, and the part that society rejects and condemns is pushed deep down into the dark basement of your unconscious mind. Society teaches you control because it wants you to be efficient, predictable, and manageable. It does not care about your transformation. It only cares about your utility. It tells you, do not show your anger, do not show your lust, do not show your greed. Be polite, smile, behave yourself. And you, out of fear of rejection, out of a desire to belong and be loved, follow this advice. You suppress. But remember, when you suppress an emotion, you do not destroy it. Energy can never be destroyed. By suppressing it, you merely change the direction of its movement. It was naturally flowing outward, away from you, like a poison that your body-mind system wanted to throw out. When you control it and push it down, it starts moving inward. It penetrates your muscles, your bones, your blood, your nervous system, and your organs. It poisons your entire biological and psychological structure. And because you have been doing this for 20, 30, or 40 years, you are no longer just a person who occasionally experiences a moment of anger. You have become anger personified. You are sitting on a volcano of repressed rage. It is there constantly. Sometimes it explodes when you find a convenient excuse. And remember, The mind can find an excuse anywhere. If you are full of suppressed anger, you will find something wrong with the way someone looks at you, the way the door was shut, or the way your food was served. But most of the time, you cannot explode because it is dangerous. It ruins relationships, it ruins your social standing, it risks your job. So, what do you do with this massive, boiling ocean of inner rage that is constantly seeking a release? The natural weapons of an animal are its teeth and its nails. Whenever an animal is angry, it bites, it scratches, it tears things apart. You are an evolved animal, but your biology still holds the exact same mechanisms. You cannot use your nails to scratch people because society will call you a wild beast. You cannot bite your boss or your spouse because you will be locked away. So, the only natural weapon left that you can use continuously without anyone realizing your hidden violence is your mouth. And how do you use it? You use it through the act of eating. When you sit down to eat, while carrying a mountain of suppressed anger, look closely at what you are doing. You are not nourishing yourself, you are performing an act of violence. You crush the food with your teeth with immense force, as if the food is your enemy. You take aggressive, massive bites. We even use the language of violence when we talk about food. We say, let's grab a bite, let's crush some food. You chew violently, releasing the tension stored in your jaw, your face, and your throat. You are literally chewing down your rage, using the food as a buffer to stuff the anger back into the dark basement of your belly. Because the food is being eaten as an instrument of violence, it can never truly nourish you. It does not bring you joy, lightness, or radiant health. Instead, it nourishes everything that is sick and heavy within you. You go on gathering unnecessary fat in your body because the body uses that fat as a physical armor, a protective layer to shield you from the intensity of your own hidden negativity and the perceived threats of the outside world. Have you ever observed that people who are carriers of heavy weight, who are fat, are almost always smiling? They appear to be the most jolly, happy, and easygoing people in the world. But that smile is a false mask. It is a defense mechanism born out of a profound fear of their own internal violence. They are so terrified that if they stop smiling, their deep, destructive rage will break through and destroy everything around them, that they must constantly hold a sweet, smiling face in place. And to keep that mask secure, they must go on eating more and more, using food to weigh down the monster living in their subconscious. If you find value in exploring these deeper dimensions of your inner life, take a moment to connect with this space. Reflect on your own patterns in the comments below. Share this insight with someone who is struggling with their body, and subscribe to our journey together. Your support through checking out our spiritual ebooks or choosing to engage with the join button allows us to continue bringing these waves of consciousness to seekers worldwide. Every act of mindfulness, even a simple gesture like using super thanks, helps sustain this sanctuary of transformation. Let us look deeper into this poison. It does not stop at the dinner table. This suppressed energy moves into every single arena of your life. It poisons your relationships, your creativity, and even your love-making. When you make love, if it is born out of a suppressed state of being, it is not an act of pure love. It is an act of aggression, a release of tension, a subtle violence. You are so afraid that if you let go of your control completely, you might hurt your partner, that you never experience a truly deep, cosmic orgasm. You remain closed, mechanical, and rigid. You open a door with anger. You put a book on the table with anger. You shake hands with anger. You have become an accumulated mass of negativity because society taught you to control rather than to transform. The path of transformation is completely opposite to the path of control. In control, you close your windows, you cave yourself in, you make yourself dead, dull, and insensitive so that nothing can affect you. But at what a tremendous cost. When you close your doors so that anger cannot escape, you also ensure that the beauty of a sunset, the fragrance of a flower, the love of a friend, or the music of the wind cannot enter your heart either. You live a dead life, merely carrying your corpse from the cradle to the grave. Transformation requires a completely different quality, the quality of absolute, non-judgmental awareness. Next time you feel that sudden, overwhelming urge to eat when you know your body does not need fuel, or next time you feel the heat of anger rising within you, do not rush to the refrigerator and do not try to suppress it. Do not throw it on anyone else either, because the other person is just as ignorant, just as suppressed, and just as unconscious as you are. If you throw your anger on them, you create a destructive chain reaction that never ends. Instead, recognize that this moment is a precious opportunity for inner alchemy. Anger, just like the urge to overeat, is nothing but pure energy. It is like electricity in your body. For centuries, primitive human beings were terrified of lightning and electricity in the clouds. They thought it was the wrath of an angry God punishing them. But modern science understood the secrets of that energy, domesticated it, and now that very same electricity runs your fans, your air conditioners, and your refrigerators. It has become your servant. Religion is the inner science that does the exact same thing for your internal forces. Anger is hot, fiery electricity. When you suppress it, it burns you from the inside and turns into fat, disease, and psychological distress. But when you bring the light of awareness to it, that very same hot energy is transformed into the cool, refreshing breeze of compassion. Compassion is nothing but your inner air conditioning. When you are rooted in compassion, everything within you becomes cool, silent, serene, and infinitely beautiful. To experience this transformation, you must learn to look at your inner climate without any judgment, without saying this is good or this is bad. When the dark clouds of anger, anxiety, or compulsive desires fill your inner sky, close your eyes and simply watch the lightning. Feel the heat, feel the tremor in your nervous system. Notice how your body reacts. Become a detached watcher on the hills, looking down at the storm happening in the valley below. The moment the watcher arrives, a vast, infinite distance is created between your true being and the chaotic periphery. The identification is broken, and the moment you realize, I am the witness of this energy, I am not the energy itself, the entire hot process immediately cools down. The urge to fight disappears, the hunger of the ego dissolves, and you find yourself resting perfectly at your center. From that center, the whole world looks fascinating, beautiful, and full of grace. You no longer need to stuff yourself with food to hide your pain, because you have found the ultimate nourishment within your own silent presence. This silent presence is not something you have to cultivate, invent, or create through effort. It is already there, waiting patiently deep within you. But because your entire education, your religion, and your civilization have trained you to look only outward, you have become an exile from your own home. You live on the cold, stormy streets of your periphery, completely oblivious to the royal palace that stands empty at your center. And because you feel so empty, so hollow, and so disconnected from your own roots, a deep psychological hunger arises. You try to fill that spiritual void with physical matter. You stuff yourself with food, you accumulate possessions, you chase after status and prestige, but the hollowness remains untouched. It cannot be filled by anything from the outside, because the void is not physical, it is existential. Look closely at how this division within you was created. The day you were born, you were integrated, whole, and completely unified. When a baby is angry, it is totally angry. Its entire body shakes, its face turns red, its fists clench, and it expresses its rage with every fiber of its being. There is no division, no hesitation, no judgment. And because the baby expresses its anger fully, the energy passes like a brief summer storm. Within minutes, the storm is gone, the sky clears, and the baby is laughing, playing, and radiating pure love once again. The anger does not leave a scar. It does not turn into a permanent undercurrent of resentment. It is beautiful, natural, and clean. But as you grew older, the guardians of society, your parents, your priests, your teachers began to intervene. They told you that anger is bad, that it is ugly, that it is a sin. They did not teach you how to understand this energy. They simply demanded that you control it, that you hide it, and that you pretend it does not exist. They forced you to put on a respectable mask. If you wanted to be loved, if you wanted to be accepted, you had to suppress your authenticity. This is where the fatal split in human consciousness happens. The part of your being that society approves of becomes your conscious mind, your public persona. The part that society rejects, condemns, and labels as evil is pushed down into the dark, subterranean depths of the unconscious. You turn your own mind into a garbage can, a dark basement where you throw all your repressed longings, your hidden rages, your unexpressed tears, and your wild instincts. But remember, whatsoever you throw into the unconscious does not disappear, it does not die. In fact, because it is hidden away from the light of your awareness, it grows rank, poisonous, and highly volatile. It begins to ferment, and it starts to seep into your blood, into your bones, into your very heartbeat. When you hold so much suppressed energy inside, you become a deeply anxious and defensive creature. You have to spend an enormous amount of your vital life force just keeping the lid on the volcano. You are constantly on guard, terrified that a single wrong word, a minor insult, or an unexpected situation will cause the lid to blow off and expose the chaos underneath. This constant state of inner tension drains your vitality, leaving you feeling chronically exhausted, numb, and deadened. To cope with this inner numbness, you look for a quick release, a temporary escape from the prison of your own tension. And the most readily available, socially acceptable escape route is the act of eating. Eating becomes your ultimate coping mechanism. When you feel lonely, you eat. When you feel bored, you eat. When you are stressed, angry, or heartbroken, you run to the kitchen. Why? Because the mouth is the primary zone where you first experienced comfort, security, and survival as an infant. By stuffing your mouth with food, you are unconsciously trying to recreate that lost sense of safety, trying to anesthetize the pain of your inner division. If you are beginning to realize the depth depth of this inner mechanism, if you feel a sudden spark of clarity illuminating the patterns of your daily life, take this moment to anchor that awareness. Share your reflections below. Drop a comment about your own journey with these hidden patterns and subscribe to this stream of consciousness so we can keep walking this path together. If you feel called to support the wider expansion of these insights, to help this oasis of wisdom reach more thirsty souls across the world, you can explore the join button to become an official part of our inner circle, or use super thanks to offer a direct gesture of gratitude. Your presence and your conscious participation are what allow these seeds of transformation to grow. For those who wish to study these inner maps more deeply in their quiet hours, our specially compiled spiritual ebooks are always available to light your way. Let us look even more deeply into this connection between your mouth and your suppressed emotions. Have you ever watched a cat or a dog when it is angry? It bares its teeth, it sharpens its claws, and it prepares to fight. These are the natural biological weapons given to animals by existence itself. You possess the exact same biological conditioning. When a wave of anger hits your body, your nervous system immediately floods your jaw muscles, your teeth, and your hands with energy, preparing you to bite, strike, and tear. But as a civilized human being, you cannot use your claws, and you cannot bite the people around you. So, what happens to all that raw biological energy that rushed into your jaws and hands? It gets stuck there. It becomes a chronic physical tension. If you observe yourself closely, you will find that whenever you are stressed or holding back your irritation, your jaw tightens, your teeth grind, and your fists clench. You are carrying a massive amount of physicalized rage right in your mouth. When you sit down to eat in this state, you are not engaging in a neutral, life-sustaining activity. You are using the food to channel your violence. Look at a person who is full of suppressed anger as they eat. They do not chew their food mindfully, slowly, and lovingly. They tear into it. They crush it with an unnecessary, vicious intensity, as if they are obliterating an enemy. Every bite of bread, every piece of meat or vegetable becomes a substitute for the person they actually want to destroy. They use the act of chewing to discharge the accumulated electrical tension in their jaw muscles. And because the act of eating is serving as a violent release of emotional tension, you completely lose touch with the natural intelligence of your body. Your stomach may be completely full, your biological needs may be entirely satisfied, but your psychological rage is still hungry. It demands more release, more crushing, more stuffing. So you go on eating long after your body has cried out for you to stop. You become a compulsive overeater because your mouth has become the primary battlefield where you fight your internal wars. This is why people who carry an immense amount of suppressed anger almost always struggle with their physical weight. They accumulate a thick layer of fat which serves as a literal physical armor to protect them from the world and from their own explosive interior. And have you observed the peculiar behavior of fat people in society? They are almost always smiling, almost always laughing, trying to be the most sweet, harmless, and jovial individuals in the room. Why is this so? It is a highly calculated psychological mask. Deep down, they are terrified of their own anger, terrified of their own capacity for violence. They know that a volcano is boiling inside them, so they must maintain a continuous, artificial smile on their faces to reassure themselves and others that they are completely safe, completely non-threatening. But the smile is a lie, and the price they pay for that lie is the heavy, burdened, and diseased state of their physical bodies. The moralists will tell you that the solution to this problem is to practice fasting, to discipline your appetite, to use your willpower to stop eating. But I tell you, all such efforts are bound to fail, and even if you succeed through sheer force, you will only create a deeper neurosis. If you force yourself to diet without transforming the underlying emotional rage, you are merely suppressing the symptom. The anger will find another outlet. If it cannot express itself through the mouth via overeating, it will express itself as bitter speech, as constant criticism, as a cynical attitude, or it will manifest as a physical disease like a heart failure or an ulcer. Medical experts are now beginning to realize that nearly 80% of human illnesses are psychosomatic, caused entirely by repressed emotions that have been forced deep into the organs and tissues of the body. The way of religion, the way of meditation, is not the way of control. It is the way of absolute transformation. And the first step of transformation is to shift your attention from the object of your habit to the subject within. To illustrate this, let us look at a beautiful old story from the Zen tradition. A Zen student once came to the great Master Bankei and said, "Master, I have an ungovernable temper. It comes upon me so suddenly and with such force that I completely lose control of myself. Please tell me, how can I cure it?" Bankei looked at the student with great interest and said, "This temper of yours sounds absolutely fascinating. Show it to me right now. Let me see it." The student looked confused and said, "But Master, I haven't got it right now, so I cannot show it to you." Banke smiled and said, "Well then, bring it to me whenever you happen to have it." The student protested, saying, "But I cannot bring it to you just when it happens to arise. It arises completely unexpectedly, and I am certain that by the time I walked all the way to your temple, the temper would have vanished. I would surely lose it before I could get it to you." Banke looked deep into the student's eyes and said, "In that case, it cannot be a part of your true nature. If it were your true nature, you could show it to me at any time, under any circumstances. When you were born, you did not possess this temper, and your parents did not hand it to you as an inheritance. It must be something that comes into you from the outside. Therefore, I suggest that whenever it enters your mind, you take a stick and beat yourself until the temper cannot stand it and runs away." This story contains a profound, multidimensional secret that every seeker must understand. Look at the student's approach. He comes to the master already accepting the premise that he has a disease and he is begging for a cure. This is the fundamental mistake that most people make. When you struggle with overeating or anger or anxiety, you immediately label it as a fixed disease, a part of who you are, and you start searching for a medicine, a technique, a strategy to fix it. But a true master does not give you a medicine. He destroys the illusion of the disease itself. Banke did not offer the student a method to control his temper. He simply asked him to produce it. And the student was forced to admit a simple truth. He could not produce it at will. It was not there in that moment of quiet presence. Think about this deeply. If something is your true nature, it cannot come and go. Your true nature is eternal, continuous, and absolute. It is the very foundation of your existence. Your awareness is always there. Your capacity to perceive is always there. But your anger comes and goes. Your overeating habits come and go. Your sadness comes and goes. They are like clouds passing across the vast blue sky. The clouds are not the sky. They are merely temporary visitors, transient phenomena moving through the open space. But because you are so unconscious, the moment a dark cloud appears, you immediately become identified with it. You do not say, "A cloud of anger is passing through my mind." You say, "I am angry." You do not say, "A compulsive urge to eat is moving through my body." You say, "I am hungry." That small shift in language reflects a massive error in consciousness. You have allowed the passing visitor to claim ownership of your entire house. When Bankei told the student that his temper must be an external conditioning coming from the outside, he was pointing to the fact that all your negative, compulsive patterns are nothing but mechanical habits written upon your periphery by the outside world. You did not bring them with you from the source of life, and you will not take them with you when you leave this physical body. They are merely surface ripples caused by the winds of society. And what was Bankei's advice? He joked and said, "Take a stick and beat yourself until the temper runs away." Now, you must not take this literally, as many foolish literalists do. In the Zen tradition, the stick is a beautiful, profound symbol for the sharp awakening force of pure awareness. There is no physical stick that can ever touch a psychological habit. You can beat your physical body until it bleeds, but your anger, your greed, and your overeating desires will remain completely untouched, hidden safely in the unconscious mind. The only stick that can reach into the dark corners of your inner world is the stick of mindfulness, the stick of intense, watchful consciousness. When you feel the sudden, mechanical urge to overeat, or when you feel the hot tide of irritation rising in your chest, that is the exact moment to wield the stick of awareness. Do not act on the urge, and do not try to suppress it. Just stop. Freeze right where you are. If you are reaching for the refrigerator door, let your hand stop right there on the handle. Close your eyes and turn your gaze inward. Bring the entire force of your consciousness to bear upon the physical and emotional sensations that are moving through you in that very moment. Notice the heat in your skin. Notice the tightness in your throat. Notice the hollow, demanding ache in your solar plexus. Do not judge it. Do not say, "This is bad, I shouldn't be feeling this." Do not try to analyze why it is there or blame it on your past, your parents, or your circumstances. All such intellectual analysis is just a trick of the mind to distract you from the raw reality of the present moment. Just watch it as if you are observing a spectacular lightning storm in the summer sky. If you can maintain this state of pure, non-judgmental observation for even a few minutes, you will witness a spectacular miracle. You will feel a subtle, distinct click inside your consciousness, a gear shift. Suddenly, you will realize that a vast, infinite distance has opened up between you and the urge. The identity is broken. The urge is there, moving through your body-mind system like electricity, but you are standing on the high, serene hills of your center, looking down at the storm in the valley below. You are the witness, not the victim. And the moment the energy is deprived of your unconscious cooperation and identification, it begins to lose its heat. it cools down, it loses its grip, and it begins to dissolve back into the emptiness from which it arose. This is the great secret of inner transformation. Energy cannot be destroyed, but it can be thoroughly alchemized through the power of your witness. When you look at your compulsions with unconscious identification, they become hot, destructive, and master over you. When you look at them with conscious awareness, they become cool, integrated, and servant to you. The very same energy that was manifesting as a destructive urge to overeat, the very same energy that was turning into physical fat and emotional misery, is suddenly liberated by your awareness and transformed into a radiant reservoir of pure vitality, presence, and joy. To understand this more clearly, you must see how the great masters of ancient times operated on a completely different plane of consciousness than modern psychologists. Look at the approach of Western psychoanalysis, founded by Sigmund Freud and his followers. If you go to a traditional psychoanalyst because you suffer from a compulsive habit like overeating or an uncontrollable temper, they will have you lie down on a comfortable couch for years on end. You will spend thousands of dollars, hour after hour, week after week, talking about your past, digging up old memories, exploring what your mother did to you when you were 3 years old, or what your father said to you when you were a teenager. This process can go on indefinitely because the mind's storehouse of memories is completely infinite. You can talk for a lifetime, and there will still be more stories to tell, more dreams to analyze, more past events to uncover. And what is the ultimate result of this long, expensive journey? It helps a little, but only in a very superficial way. It gives you a patient, professional listener in a lonely world where nobody has the time to listen to anyone else anymore. It allows you to throw out a bit of your psychological garbage, which gives you a brief, temporary sense of relief and relaxation. Over time, through the simple passage of months and years, your emotional wounds may heal a little on their own, and you may achieve a slightly better intellectual understanding of your neuroses. But the fundamental structure of your mind remains completely unchanged. You are still the same divided house. You have simply learned how to manage your prison cell a little better. You have not broken free from the prison itself. Why? Because Western psychoanalysis is entirely concerned with the objects of your mind. It focuses exclusively on what happened to you, on the content of your thoughts, on the shape of your clouds. It treats the symptoms as real diseases and tries to untangle them through words, through verbalization, through intellectual analysis. The Eastern approach, the way of Zen, the way of meditation, has a completely different orientation. Meditation is not concerned with what happened to you. It is exclusively concerned with to whom it happened. It does not waste a single moment analyzing the content of your mind. It shifts the entire focus to the container, to the subject, to the eternal knower within. If you are walking through a dense forest and a thorn pierces your foot, causing you immense pain, what do? Do you sit down under a tree and spend 5 years analyzing the botanical history of the thorn? Do you write an elaborate thesis about the soil conditions that allowed the thorn to grow, or the mechanical angle at which it penetrated your skin? That would be absolute madness. You do not need a sword or a complex scientific laboratory to deal with a thorn. A simple needle will do. You take a small needle, you carefully use it to lift the thorn out of your flesh, you throw the thorn away, and you continue on your journey in peace. Most of your psychological miseries, your overeating habits, your relationship anxieties, your financial worries are nothing but simple surface thorns. They are not deep existential crises. They are just minor complications born out of your social conditioning and your lack of awareness. They do not require a massive, lifelong intellectual labor to solve. They simply require the sharp, precise needle of a right inner understanding. Once you see the underlying mechanism clearly, once you realize that the container is empty and that you are completely separate from the content of your mind, the thorn falls out on its own and the wound heals instantly. Meditation can only truly help a person who has used this right understanding to clear away the false, imaginary diseases of the ego. As long as you are still using meditation as a tool to achieve a goal, to lose weight, to become calm, to be successful, to impress others, you are still moving on the periphery, and you will continue to misfire. Meditation is not a technology to fix your life. It is the ultimate realization that your true life is already perfect, already whole, and completely beyond any need for fixing. It is the discovery of that innermost center where no hunger can ever exist, where no anger can ever leave a burn, and where you are eternally sustained by the pure nectar of existence itself. This center is completely empty of the ego, for the ego cannot exist at the center. It can only survive on the boundary, on the periphery, where you meet and compare yourself to others. The ego is a social construct, a bundle of memories, opinions, and judgments that have been handed down to you by a blind society. Because it is an illusion, a ghost that has no real substance, the ego lives in a constant, perpetual state of existential hunger. It is terrified of disappearing. terrified of being exposed as nothingness, so it demands continuous nourishment. It wants more money, more prestige, more attention, more power, and when all else fails, it wants more food. The hunger you feel when you look at the refrigerator is almost always the hunger of your starving ego, trying to fill an infinite spiritual void with a finite material substance. It is an impossible task, an endless cycle of frustration, because matter can never satisfy the spirit. You can eat until your body is heavy and diseased, but the illusion of the ego will remain just as empty, just as ravenous, and just as insecure as before. Understand this deeply. The difference between a Buddha, an enlightened consciousness, and an ordinary human being is not a difference of character, morality, or virtue. It is simply a difference in where you are grounded. You are grounded entirely on your periphery, reacting to every passing wind, every insult, every temptation, and every social expectation. A Buddha is grounded securely in the center, looking at his own periphery from an immense, infinite distance, as if he is a quiet watcher, standing on the highest peaks of a mountain, looking down at the small, chaotic dramas happening in the valleys below. When you live at the center, nothing can affect you, modify you, or touch your ultimate reality. You remain an undisturbed witness to the entire play of existence. To see this truth in its absolute clarity, look at what happened when Buddha was once walking near a small village. A group of villagers who were deeply opposed to his teachings came out to meet him, and they began to abuse him terribly. They said the most vulgar, nasty things, using words full of venom, anger, and hatred, trying to provoke him, trying to shatter his peace. Buddha did not say a word. He simply stood there in absolute silence, listening to their insults with a deep, serene grace, as if they were offering him a beautiful melody. The villagers became utterly puzzled, confused, and frustrated by his total lack of reaction. They had expected him to become angry, to shout back, to defend himself, or to flee in humiliation. But he stood there like a solid rock, completely undisturbed. Finally, one of the villagers stepped forward, shook his fist, and demanded, "Why are you remaining so silent? Why do you not answer what we are saying to you? Do you not hear our words?" Buddha smiled gently, looked into the eyes of the angry crowd, and said, "You have come a little too late. If you wanted a reaction from me, you should have come 10 years ago, because 10 years ago I was still living on the periphery. I was still identified with my mind, and I would have reacted with the same hot anger that you are carrying today. But now, I am no longer there where you are trying to throw your insults. I have moved completely to my center, and a vast, infinite distance has arisen between my true being and your words. You came a little late, and though I feel a deep sorrow for your confusion, I must tell you that your words cannot reach me, they cannot touch me, and they cannot cause even a single ripple in my consciousness. I am in a bit of a hurry now because the people in the next village are waiting for my arrival. But if you are not yet finished with your abuse, you can wait here, and when I pass back along this same route tomorrow, you can come again and say whatever remains in your hearts. The villagers were completely stunned, unable to comprehend the nature of this man. Another man from the crowd asked, "Are you truly not going to say anything to defend your honor? Do our words mean absolutely nothing to you?" Buddha looked at them with immense compassion and said, "In the village I have just come from this morning, the people brought many beautiful sweets, fruits, and delicacies to present to me as a gift. But I only take things when I am genuinely hungry, and since my soul was already full, I was not hungry for their gifts. So I politely declined and gave the sweets back to them. Now, let me ask you a simple question. When I refused to accept those sweets, what do you think those villagers did with them?" The man replied, "Of course, they took the sweets back into their village and distributed them to their own families and children as a blessing." Buddha started laughing, a beautiful, resonant laugh, and said, "That is exactly the trouble you are in today. You have brought all these vulgar words, all this hatred, and all this hot anger as a gift for me, but I tell you, I am not hungry for them, and I refuse to accept them. And since I do not accept them, what will you do with them? You must take them back with you into your own homes, into your own lives, and you will have to suffer the poison of your own words. I feel very sorry for your village, because today you will go back full of the very venom you tried to throw at me. This is the freedom that comes when you are grounded at the center. When someone insults you, it sounds fascinating, like a curious phenomenon of nature, but it cannot create an internal storm because you are no longer there to cooperate with it. When you are cool, centered, and fully aware, the entire universe is transformed into a friend, and even the most hostile situations become an opportunity to enjoy the play of existence. But when you are hot, unconscious, and living on the periphery, you get so messed up in everything, so thoroughly identified with every passing drama, that you live in a constant state of suffering and defense. To understand this heat, you must look at the nature of energy itself. Anger, just like sex, is a highly hot electrical process. It creates a tremendous physical and psychological temperature within your body-mind system. Because you do not know what to do with this inner electricity, You either become aggressive and throw it onto others, or you become repressive and turn it inward upon yourself, where it manifests as compulsive overeating, chronic fat, and physical illness. Society tells you that aggression is a crime, so you choose repression, turning your own body into a battlefield. But meditation offers a third alternative, the way of absolute transformation through awareness. When anger is transformed through the light of your witness, it loses its heat completely and becomes compassion. Compassion is an inner air conditioning. It is perfectly cool, serene, and beautiful. A Buddha is never hot. He is always cool, because he knows how to domesticate the inner electricity, turning a destructive lightning storm into a source of constant, radiant light. Love, in its true spiritual sense, is not warm or hot, despite what all your poets and romantic songs claim. Sex is hot because it is driven by tension and identification, but true love is a cool breeze, an unburdened presence that brings an absolute healing stillness to everyone it touches. If your love is still hot, full of passion, jealousy, and possessiveness, understand that it is not love at all. It is merely sex disguised in a respectable vocabulary. There are many people in the world who are incredibly hot, full of fire, impatience, and rage, and they believe that they possess great compassion. These are your revolutionaries, your politicians, your utopians, your communists, and your social reformers. They look at the world and see poverty, injustice, and broken structures, and they become intensely angry. They want to destroy the old society, to bring about a revolution, to force a utopia into existence through the sheer power of conflict. They believe their motives are pure. They believe they are acting out of love for the poor and the downtrodden. But if you look deeply into their hearts, you will find no compassion there. They have only anger. The only thing that has changed is the object of their anger. Instead of being angry at a single individual, they are angry at an impersonal object, the state, the capitalist system, the social structure, the empire. Look at the great historical revolutionaries like Lenin, Stalin, or Trotsky. They were intensely hot people, burning with a desire to smash the existing order. Because their energy was rooted in anger, the moment they succeeded in overthrowing the old system, they immediately created a new system that was just as violent, just as oppressive, and just as full of suffering as the one they destroyed. Why? Because you cannot create a peaceful society using hot, angry energy. The seed will always determine the fruit. If the seed is anger, the fruit will be tyranny, no matter what beautiful slogans you write on your banners. Even a man like Mahatma Gandhi, who preached non-violence to the entire world, was fundamentally a hot person. He was fighting against the British Empire, and his mind was completely occupied with the struggle, with the desire to change something in the outside world immediately. He was impatient, fighting a constant battle. He chose non-violent means as his weapon, but the fighting spirit itself is a subtle form of violence. Gandhi simply used a very ancient psychological feminine trick to win his war. Look at the dynamic between a husband and a wife when a conflict arises in a traditional household. If the husband wants to fight, he will use his masculine, aggressive strength. He will shout, he will break things, or he may even beat his wife. But if the wife wants to fight, she cannot match his physical strength. So she uses a feminine strategy. She turns the violence upon herself. She shuts herself in a dark room. She refuses to eat. She weeps and she fasts, threatening to harm her own body. By doing this, she forces the husband to feel an immense, crushing weight of guilt. If he beats her, he feels guilty sooner or later and has to come down to make a compromise. If she fasts and punishes herself, he also feels completely guilty because he realizes that his actions have created a situation where she is destroying herself. In both cases, the woman wins the battle through the manipulation of guilt. Gandhi did nothing else on a geopolitical scale. He simply applied this domestic feminine trick to the British Empire. He went on a fast unto death, refusing to take food, purifying his own soul in public, and the entire British nation, which operated on a male, aggressive, chivalrous logic, was completely paralyzed by guilt. They could not understand how to fight a man who was not picking up a weapon but was instead destroying his own body because of their presence. There was only one possible way to defeat Gandhi's strategy, and that would have been for Winston Churchill to go on a fast unto death against him, which was an absolute impossibility for a man of his temperament. So, the feminine trick worked. The empire was defeated, but the energy behind the struggle remained hot, competitive, and full of division. A true man of compassion, a Buddha, can never be a revolutionary in this political sense, because he is not fighting with anything or anyone. He simply rests in his own being, allowing all things to be exactly as they are, knowing that true change never happens through forced abortion, but through a natural, organic process of ripening. Societies change on their own, just as the trees change their leaves when the season turns. Old structures die naturally when their time is done, and there is no need to pick up a sword to destroy them. New ways of human living are born just like new babies, automatically, gracefully, when the consciousness of humanity is ready. And here is the ultimate paradox that every visionary must eventually realize. Situations in the outside world may go on changing, but in a deeper, subtle sense, human society always remains essentially the same because it exists through the law of contradiction. You can have a revolution in Russia, you can eliminate the rich and the poor, but immediately a new class division will arise. Instead of the rich and the poor, you will have the governors and the governed, the bureaucrats and the ordinary citizens, the managers and the managed. The names change, the labels are rewritten, but the essential structure of human exploitation remains untouched because the inner consciousness of man has not been transformed. If a ruthless conqueror like Tamerlane were born in modern Russia, he would simply climb the bureaucratic ladder and become the prime minister. If a wealthy industrialist like Henry Ford were born there, he would become the general secretary of the Communist Party, managing the wealth of the nation from a different office. You cannot create a classless society from the outside because society requires contradiction to exist at all. The only real revolution is the internal revolution, the shift from the chaotic periphery to the silent center, where all search for outer management dissolves into absolute awareness. As long as you are caught in the web of trying to fix your habits, trying to discipline your appetite, or trying to manage your anger through willpower, you are still playing the game of the hot, frustrated revolutionary. You are trying to force an abortion within your own body-mind system. You must drop all control, drop all fighting, and simply bring the cool, unattached light of your consciousness to the present moment. When you sit down at the table, do not view the food as an enemy to be avoided or a drug to be consumed violently. Sit down with absolute presence. Look at the colors, smell the aromas, feel the texture of the food in your hands, and bring a deep, meditative slowness to every single chew. Let your teeth perform their natural biological function with full awareness, and you will find that the stuck electricity in your jaw begins to melt away. You will no longer need to overeat, because you are no longer using the mouth as an instrument of psychological warfare. You will eat exactly what your physical body requires, no more and no less. And the unnecessary armor of fat that you have gathered over the years will naturally, effortlessly begin to dissolve, leaving you light, vibrant, and completely at peace. This inner alchemy, this profound transition from a state of mechanical reaction to a state of supreme, divine mastery, is the birthright of every single human being. It is the realization that you are not a victim of your habits, your body, or your past, but that you are the absolute master of your inner sky. To help you navigate this intricate map of your internal forces, to provide you with the exact keys needed to dismantle the social conditionings of the periphery and step fully into your eternal center, we have made a comprehensive spiritual guide available for you. You can find our specialized ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, through the links located right below in the description of this video. This text is designed to serve as a precise, meditative companion for your quiet hours, illuminating the path of transformation so you can stop fighting the surface waves and finally rest at the serene bottom of your own infinite ocean. Let this understanding settle deep into your heart. Do not turn it into a philosophy to be debated or an intellectual theory to be analyzed. Let it become a living, breathing reality in your daily life. The next time the storm of anger catches you, or the compulsive urge to stuff your emptiness arises, remember Banke's stick, remember Buddha's silence, and choose the path of pure, watchful consciousness. Step back from the edge of the volcano. Take your seat at the absolute center of your being and watch the entire world transform before your very eyes. When this identification breaks completely, you are suddenly forced to confront a reality that the mind finds deeply terrifying, the reality of absolute emptiness. Up until this point, your entire inner life has been crowded with objects. You have been full of thoughts, full of anxieties, full of desires, full of running commentary, and full of heavy emotional storms. Even your miseries have given you a false sense of being, a definition, a boundary. You knew exactly who you were. You were the victim. You were the angry one. You were the stressed professional. You were the chronic overeater trying to fix themselves. But when the light of pure awareness touches these habits, and they begin to dissolve, the dark clouds disperse, and the sky becomes completely vacant. Suddenly, there is nothing left to watch. There is no anger to fight, no compulsive urge to overeat, to resist, no drama to navigate. There is only a vast, infinite, pregnant silence. And this is where the real crisis for the seeker begins. When your inner sky is vacant, it will be immensely difficult for you to look, because you are not yet capable of looking at emptiness. Your eyes have been trained for lifetimes to look only at things, at objects, at forms, at shapes. When you open your eyes to the outside world, you see houses, cars, trees, and people. If there is nothing there, you say, the room is empty, but the room is not empty. It is full of space. Space is a reality, a presence, but it is a negative presence. It is the absence of things. The mind panics in the presence of pure space because the mind can only exist when it has an object to latch on to. The mind is like a beggar that needs a handout from the outside world. It needs a thought, an emotion, a grievance, or a desire to sustain its illusion of existence. When you take away all the objects through your witness, when you clear out the inner clutter, the mind experiences a profound sense of vertigo, an existential panic. It feels as if it is falling into a bottomless abyss, a black hole where it will be completely annihilated. This existential panic is the hidden spiritual root behind your physical habits, especially your tendency to overeat. When you experience this deep inner vacuum, your mind immediately misinterprets it. It translates this vast spiritual emptiness into a physical sensation of hunger. It tells you that you are empty, and because it only understands the language of matter, it tells you that the solution is to fill that emptiness with matter, with food, with sugars, with fats, with substances that will ground you, solidify you, and make you feel heavy again. Food has a very grounding effect on a purely physical level. When you eat a heavy meal, your biological energy rushes down to your stomach to digest the food. Your brain slows down, your sensitivity decreases, and you become dull, heavy, and anchored to your material form. This heaviness gives you a false sense of security. It rescues you from the terrifying lightness of your empty sky. It pulls you back from the abyss of your true being and plants you firmly back on the safe, predictable periphery of your life. You overeat because you are terrified of your own nothingness, terrified of the sublime void that opens up whenever you stop fighting and stop reacting. You use food as a psychological weight to keep your soul from floating away into the infinite expanse of consciousness. You would rather feel the heavy, familiar pain of a bloated stomach and a burdened body than face the vast, mysterious, and silent space of your own center. You have turned food into a shield against the divine, a weapon to murder the silence of your own soul. To transcend this loop, you must understand that this emptiness is not a disease. It is not a lack of something. It is your very true nature. Your true nature is an eternal nature. It is something that cannot come and go. It is your being, your very foundation, your absolute core. It cannot be sometimes present and sometimes absent. It is always there, unchanging, beyond the reach of time and the outside world. When you look at your life from the periphery, you see nothing but change. In the morning you are happy, in the afternoon you are sad, In the evening you are angry, and at night you are full of guilt. The weather of your mind is constantly shifting, a perpetual kaleidoscope of moods and reactions. But who is the one noticing the change? Who is the one aware that the morning was joyful and the evening is miserable? That knower, that witness, does not change. It is the center of the circle. The circumference moves, the wheel turns, but the axle remains absolutely still. You must make this stillness your only criterion for truth. If something comes and goes, it cannot be you. If your anger comes unexpectedly and leaves before you can show it to a master, it cannot be your true nature. If your desire to overeat arises when you are lonely and vanishes when you are deeply absorbed in a creative passion, it cannot be your reality. It is merely a surface wind touching your periphery, a ripple caused by your interaction with others. When you were born, you did not bring any character, any habits, any neuroses, or any addictions into this world. You came as an absolutely blank sheet, pure, open, and empty. Everything that you now call your personality, your character, your habits, and your struggles has been written upon you by others, by a society that is itself unconscious, blind, and deeply diseased. Unless you become a blank sheet once again, unless you learn to fall in love with your inner emptiness and recognize it as the ultimate purity, you will never know what nature is. You will never know what Tao is, and you will never know what the divine is. The whole problem for the seeker is simply how to shift attention from the periphery to the center, how to be merged with that which is unchanging and not to be identified with that which is just a boundary. On the boundary, others are immensely influential because on the boundary, change is natural and inevitable. Even an enlightened being, even a Buddha, experiences a changing periphery. A Buddha's body grows old. A Buddha's body feels hunger. A Buddha's body can be wounded. And a Buddha's physical form will eventually die. If you hit a Buddha, his physical periphery will register the impact, and he will see the mark left upon his skin. The difference between you and a Buddha is not that his surface is made of stone and yours is made of flesh. The difference is entirely in where you are grounded. You live on the surface, so when a wave crashes against you, you are tossed and turned, drowned in the anxiety of the storm. A Buddha is grounded securely at the ultimate depth of the ocean, looking up at his own surface from an infinite, vast distance. He watches the impact on his periphery as if it is happening to someone else, because the center where he resides is completely beyond the reach of the outside world. When Master Bankei told the student to take a stick and beat himself whenever his temper entered him, He was offering a profound, razor-sharp Zen joke that contains the entire methodology of inner awakening. In the Zen tradition, when a great master is preparing to leave his physical body, he does not pass down wealth, property, or intellectual doctrines to his chosen successor. He hands over his stick, his staff, the simple piece of wood that he carried with him throughout his entire life of walking and teaching. This transmission of the stick is the highest recognition a master can bestow upon a disciple. It means that the disciple has finally given birth to their own inner stick, the stick of absolute, unshakable awareness. It signifies that the gap has arrived, that the space between the center and the periphery is now wide open, and that the illusion of identification has been permanently shattered. To beat your habit with the stick of awareness means that you do not allow your compulsions to function mechanically like a pre-programmed robot. Society has trained you to be an efficient machine. When a certain button is pressed on the outside, a certain reaction must happen on the inside. Someone insults you, and the button of anger is pressed. You immediately react. A moment of loneliness hits you, and the button of oral comfort is pressed. You immediately walk to the kitchen and begin to eat. There is no space, no gap, no consciousness between the stimulus and the response. You live a completely reactive, mechanical life driven by the conditioning of your past. Awareness breaks this automation completely. When the urge to overeat arises, instead of acting on it blindly or trying to fight it through the force of your willpower, you bring the heavy staff of mindfulness down right in the middle of the process. You become intensely alert, wide open, and perfectly conscious. And the moment you become conscious, you are instantly thrown back to your center. You step out of the machinery of your habits and take your seat as the observer. Unconsciousness is a wandering outside, a constant state of homelessness where you are perpetually looking for validation, comfort, and security in the external world. Consciousness is a deepening of the inside, a radical turning inward where you return to your true home, your eternal citadel. From that deep, inner sanctuary, you can look out at your own periphery and see the waves of desire, the lightning of anger, and the clouds of confusion moving through your system. You do not try to stop them, you do not judge them, and you do not condemn them. You simply watch them with a deep, fascinated amusement, saying to yourself, "It sounds fascinating." When you can look at your own habits with this level of detachment, a profound revolution takes place. The heat of the compulsion is drained away. You realize that you do not need to stuff your physical body with food to escape the vacuum of your soul, because that vacuum is not a wilderness to be feared, it is a palace of pure, unconditioned freedom. You stop treating your body as a garbage can for your suppressed emotions, and you allow it to return to its natural, organic harmony. You eat when your biology genuinely requires nourishment. You stop the moment your body is satisfied, and you live with an exquisite, radiant lightness that completely transforms your physical presence. To assist you in cultivating this sharp, awakening force of awareness, to help you bridge the gap between your mechanical reactions and your eternal center, a definitive inner blueprint has been prepared. You can explore our transformative ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, by accessing the official links provided right below in the description of this video. This guide offers practical, deep, and meditative insights designed to help you dismantle the social conditionings written upon your periphery, allowing you to master your internal electricity and rest permanently in the sublime coolness of your true nature. Do not allow your life to remain a dull mechanical carrying of a corpse from the cradle to the grave. Wield the stick of your own awareness. Step back into the silent depths of your ocean, and let your entire existence become a celebration of pure, unconditioned presence. This insensitivity is the hidden price you pay for the illusion of order. When you choose the path of control over the path of transformation, you are forced to turn your own body into a fortress, a rigid armor designed to keep the world out and your inner demons in. You become a citadel of defense, terrified of any sudden movement, any spontaneous emotion, or any real intimacy that might disrupt your fragile equilibrium. If you are dull, numb, and deadened, then of course nothing will affect you anymore. You become immune to the sharp edges of life. Insults will no longer cause you to burn with humiliation. But remember the tragedy of this state. Neither will love be able to enter your frozen heart. You look at a magnificent flower blooming in the morning sun, but your dead eyes see nothing but a mechanical arrangement of colors. Its living fragrance cannot penetrate your closed senses. You touch a beautiful, ancient rock polished by centuries of rain, but no sensation travels up your arm to spark a feeling of wonder in your soul. You kiss the person you claim to cherish above all else, but your lips remain cold, rigid, and unresponsive, because you are closed off, trapped inside the dark cave of your own defenses. You carry your physical form through the world like a heavy piece of luggage, living a completely insensitive, mechanical existence. This chronic numbness is precisely why you lose the ability to regulate your physical habits, transforming the simple, natural act of eating into a blind, compulsive addiction. The human body possesses a deep, instinctive intelligence that knows exactly when it requires nourishment and exactly when its biological needs have been perfectly satisfied. But to hear the subtle, quiet whisper of that biological intelligence, you must be deeply sensitive, open, and relaxed. When you are numb, when your nervous system is overwhelmed by the exhausting task of suppressing a lifetime of unexpressed rage and anxiety, you become completely disconnected from your own biology. You cannot feel the gentle signal of satiety. You do not notice the moment your stomach cries out that it has had enough. You only hear the loud, chaotic screaming of your psychological emptiness, demanding a distraction, demanding a release from its chronic tension. Look at how this emotional corruption warps your relationship with the very instrument of your survival, your mouth. In the natural world, existence has gifted animals with specific physical weapons to express their defensive instincts and protect their boundaries, claws, talons, and sharp teeth. When an animal experiences the fiery rush of anger, its entire biology coordinates a physical release. It bares its teeth, sharpens its claws, and prepares to bite, rip, or tear its adversary apart. You carry that exact same ancient biological inheritance within your flesh. The moment a wave of irritation or resentment rises within you, your body immediately floods your jaw muscles, your facial tissues, and your hands with a massive charge of raw, hot electricity, preparing you for a violent physical confrontation. But as a member of a civilized, policed society, you cannot use your hands to strike, and you cannot use your teeth to bite the people who provoke you. You cannot scratch your boss, and you cannot tear into your spouse when they trigger your deep-seated frustrations. So what happens to that immense, volatile electrical charge that has rushed into your face and jaws? It does not simply vanish. It gets trapped there, freezing into a chronic, painful state of muscular tension. If you observe yourself during moments of stress, you will find that your jaw locks, your teeth grind against one another, and the muscles around your mouth become hard and rigid. You are walking through the world with a mouth that is literally brimming with unexpressed, weaponized violence. When you sit down to eat in this state of unconsciousness, you are not engaging in a peaceful, health-giving ritual. You are using the food as a substitute for the enemy you wish to destroy. Look closely at a person who is full of deep, suppressed anger as they take their meals. They may be an absolute purist, a strict vegetarian who consumes nothing but clean vegetables, organic fruits, and pure water, but because their inner being is poisoned by repression, they eat with absolute violence. Watch the way they handle their utensils, the way they force the food into their mouths, and the way their teeth come down with an unnecessary, crushing intensity. They are grinding the food as if they are obliterating a foe, tearing into it with a vicious aggression that belongs on a battlefield, not a dining table. Every bite becomes a violent discharge of the accumulated electrical tension stored in their jaw muscles. Conversely, look at a person who is totally centered, free of suppressed poison, and grounded in the serene depths of their own being. Such a person can eat anything, even meat, and their eating will remain completely, beautifully non-violent, because there is no trace of hidden aggression or psychological tension in their bite. They chew slowly, lovingly, and with an exquisite quality of presence that honors the food and nourishes the flesh. It is never merely a question of what you put into your body. It is entirely a question of the consciousness you bring to the act of mastication. If your mouth is serving as an outlet for hidden rage, the most pure, organic diet in the world will turn to poison inside your stomach, nourishing only your illnesses, your neuroses, and the unnecessary armor of fat you gather around your waist. Why does this tragedy happen to millions of individuals across the earth? It happens because society has taught you to treat your natural emotional expressions as dirty, sinful, and dangerous, forcing you to use control rather than transformation. The guardians of your culture do not know how to help you understand your inner electricity, so they simply demand that you hide it, treat it as an evil to be conquered, and pretend it does not exist. They create a deep, profound condemnation within your mind about everything that is intensely alive. Consider how early this poisonous conditioning enters the innocent mind of a child. I am reminded of a beautiful, witty story about Mullah Nasruddin, whose eldest son was growing up and had just reached 10 years of age. Mullah thought to himself, "Now this is the right time. The boy is old enough, and the great secrets of life and reproduction must be revealed to him so that he does not remain ignorant." He called the young boy into his private study, sat him down with immense gravity, and gave him the full, detailed lowdown on the nature of sex among the birds and the bees. He explained everything with great care. And then at the very end of his speech, he told the boy, "Now remember, when you feel that your younger brother has reached the appropriate age, you must take the responsibility to reveal this entire mystery to him as well." Just a few minutes later, as Mullah Nasruddin was walking down the hallway past the children's bedrooms, he happened to hear the voice of his 10-year-old son, already hard at work. He paused outside the door to listen, and he heard the older boy telling the younger brother with an air of immense secrecy, "Look, you know that strange stuff people do, that secret thing they do when they want to get a child, a baby. Well, Dad says the birds and the bees do the exact same darn thing." This little anecdote perfectly illustrates how a deep, unshakable condemnation enters the mind about everything that is natural, organic, and vital. Sex, which is the very source of life, the most alive energy in the biological universe, is turned into something hidden, shameful, or bizarre, a mechanical secret that must be whispered about in dark corners. And the exact same condemnation is applied to your anger, your passions, and your wild instincts. You are made to feel that if you express these natural forces, you are an animal, a sinner, a threat to the order of the world. But I tell you, anger is beautiful, sex is beautiful, and every single force that existence has planted within your biology is fundamentally full of grace. They are alive forces, protective energies, and without them, you would not be able to survive for a single day on this earth. If a small child is completely incapable of feeling or showing anger, he will grow up without a backbone, without an identity, without any capacity to stand his ground, protect his boundaries, or say an authentic no to the exploitation of the world. He will be a psychological doormat, a slave to the whims of others. Anger is nothing but a protective force, an inner electricity designed to shield your uniqueness and preserve your individuality. However, when you condemn a natural, beautiful phenomenon, it inevitably turns ugly, distorted, and highly destructive. It becomes a poison that destroys your health and drives you towards slow, subconscious suicide. If you take a flowing, crystal clear river and build an impenetrable dam across its path without providing any outlet for its waters, the river will not simply vanish. It will overflow its banks, flood the surrounding villages, and eventually turn into a stagnant, foul-smelling, and toxic swamp. This is precisely what you have done to your inner landscape through the mechanism of control. You have dammed up the river of your life force, turning your inner world into a stagnant pool of repressed rage, which then manifests as a compulsive urge to overeat, a heavy body, and a chronic state of emotional misery. If you transform these energies instead of controlling them, they become divine, turning into an elixir of immortality, a direct path to a deathless, awakened being. in the chemistry of the soul. Transformation does not require you to fight, to suppress, or to perform an act of willpower. It simply requires you to become completely, perfectly aware of the energy as it functions within you. To understand how to release this trapped energy without polluting your relationships or causing harm to your social life, you must understand the nature of catharsis. Society teaches you to repress your anger because it is terrified that you will express it on someone else, creating a chain of violence and enmity that tears the social fabric apart. And society is right to be afraid of that, because if you throw your rage onto another human being, you are acting out of absolute ignorance. The other person is just as unconscious, just as suppressed, and just as full of hidden pain as you are. And if you discharge your poison onto them, they will inevitably react by throwing even more poison back at you, trapping both of you in an endless loop of conflict. But there is absolutely no need to express your emotions on someone else, because the somebody else is completely irrelevant to the energy moving inside you. Think of your suppressed anger as a form of mental vomit. When you take food into your body that is spoiled, toxic, or unhealthy, your physical biology immediately recognizes the danger and triggers a powerful survival reflex. It forces you to vomit. When you feel that sudden, overwhelming wave of physical nausea, what do? You do not go and vomit onto your friends, your family, or your neighbor. You do not run into a crowded room and discharge your stomach contents onto the people around you. That would be disgusting and utterly foolish. Instead, you go privately to the bathroom. You allow the body to go through the intense, unpleasant convulsion of purging itself, and the moment the toxic matter is thrown out, you feel an immediate sense of freshness, lightness, relief, and health. The body rejected what was wrong, and you allowed it to happen cleanly. Anger is exactly the same. It is a psychic vomit, a natural rejection of a toxic psychological intake that your entire soul wants to throw out of your system. But because you have never been taught the art of mental hygiene, when you feel the surge of psychic nausea, you either force it back down through control, poisoning your internal organs, or you run out and vomit your toxic emotions directly onto the people you claim to love. Because of this chaotic behavior, the moralists step in and scream, "Control yourself, hold it in, be respectable," and you swallow the poison once again, storing it in your cells, where it eventually transforms into physical fat, heart failures, and emotional deadness. You must learn to purge your mind privately, cleanly, and with absolute awareness. Next time you feel the boiling heat of anger rising in your chest, or the desperate mechanical urge to run to the kitchen and overeat, do not try to suppress the energy, and do not let it drive you blindly to the refrigerator. Instead, use the energy for a fast, intense physical activity. Go outside your house and run around the block 7 times at full speed, or engage in a few minutes of intense jogging until your heart is pounding, your legs are burning, and your body is drenched in sweat. When you have exhausted the physical intensity of that electrical charge, sit down quietly under a tree or in your room and watch where the anger has gone. You will find that you have not repressed it, you have not controlled it, and you have not thrown it onto another person. You have simply allowed the raw energy to move through your body and return to the great reservoir of nature. Or if you cannot go outside, simply lock the door to your bedroom. Take a large, heavy pillow and begin to beat it with all the strength in your body. Fight with the pillow. Punch it with your fists, bite it with your teeth, and vent the entire intensity of your hidden violence onto it until your hands are completely exhausted and your jaws are totally relaxed. Why should you use a pillow? Because in the world of inner transformation, a pillow is a beautiful object. It is already enlightened, a perfect Buddha. The pillow will never react to your violence. It will never call the police. It will never file a lawsuit against you, and it will never hold a grudge or harbor an external enmity against you for the rest of its days. The pillow will remain perfectly happy, perfectly passive, and it will quietly laugh at your foolishness. Within 5 minutes of this pure, unadulterated catharsis, you will feel completely unburdened, unloaded, fresh, and light. Once you discover the immense freedom of this practice, you will never throw your emotional garbage onto another human being again, because you will see how utterly ridiculous and unnecessary it is. Through this regular practice of catharsis combined with intense, watchful awareness, you begin to step out of the mechanical patterns of the periphery and claim your true position as the master of your inner world. You stop living as an unconscious robot that reacts blindly to every external stimulus, and you begin to access a state of profound, undisturbed spiritual sovereignty. You realize that you do not need to use food as a shield or a drug to numb your pain, because you are no longer terrified of your internal currents. You learn to handle your inner electricity with absolute grace, transforming the fire of your passions into the cool, immortal light of pure presence. To provide you with a precise, step-by-step methodology for mastering these internal currents, to guide you away from the exhausting struggles of the periphery and anchor you permanently in your sovereign center. A comprehensive inner map has been created for your journey. You can access our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, from the descriptions below, where you will find the exact tools and meditative strategies required to dissolve your social conditionings and step into your ultimate potential. Let this text serve as your silent, illuminating companion in your quiet hours, helping you to dismantle the false armor of your habits and return to the radiant wholeness of your true nature. Turn your gaze inward, look deeply into the mechanics of your daily actions, and remember that every moment of compulsion is a hidden doorway waiting to be unlocked by the key of your awareness. Stop fighting the surface, drop your weapons, and allow the storm to clear so that you may finally know the infinite peace of your own centered being. This centered being is not a state of cold, stone-like isolation, nor is it a denial of the vibrant, moving world around you. Many people misunderstand the nature of the center. They think that if you become a detached witness, you will turn into an unfeeling statue, a cold corpse that no longer experiences the textures, flavors, and joys of physical existence. They believe that to be spiritual means to become completely indifferent to the body, to look at food with contempt, and to treat the material world as an evil illusion to be escaped. But this is the path of the old ascetics, the path of the self-mortifiers who fought against their own biology for centuries and created nothing but a legacy of deep human neurosis. True spirituality is not a flight from the world, it is the ultimate fulfillment of the world. It is the perfect synthesis of the material and the spiritual. It is the birth of what I call Zorba the Buddha, a new kind of human being who is capable of both enjoying the earthy, sensuous pleasures of a Zorba the Greek and resting in the silent, serene depth of a Gautama the Buddha. An awakened soul does not look at a magnificent feast with disgust. They look at it with absolute presence, gratitude, and joy. They do not starve the body to purify the spirit, because they understand that the body is the temple of the divine, the physical vehicle through which the eternal consciousness experiences this material universe. When you are grounded at your center, your relationship with food changes from a chaotic, emotional addiction to a pure, sacred communion. You no longer eat to fulfill a psychological grievance, to drug your anxieties, or to suppress your hidden rage. You eat simply because the temple of your body requires nourishment, and because the act of eating is a beautiful, life-affirming celebration. You bring a deep, meditative slowness to every single bite. You chew your food with a quality of awareness that transforms the physical matter into pure energy, and because you are fully present, you are able to hear the very first subtle signal from your stomach telling you that its biological needs have been perfectly satisfied. You stop eating naturally, effortlessly, without any need for willpower, discipline, or moral rules. Because the natural intelligence of your biology has been completely restored through your awareness. To understand how this harmony is achieved, you must look deeply into the absolute unity of the body and the mind. Throughout the centuries, your traditional religions and your materialist sciences have made a catastrophic mistake. They have treated the body and the mind as two completely separate entities. The religious priest told you that the spirit is pure and the body is sinful, forcing you into a constant, exhausting internal war against your own flesh. The materialist scientists told you that the mind is merely a byproduct of the physical brain, reducing your entire inner life to a mechanical collection of chemical reactions. Both are completely wrong. The reality is that the body and the mind are not two things at all. They are two poles of the exact same energy. They are interconnected, interdependent, and entirely unified in a single, flowing continuum that is best described as the body-mind or the psychosomatic structure. The mind is the subtle, unseen aspect of your body, and the body is the gross, visible aspect of your mind. Whatsoever happens in the silent basement of your thoughts immediately manifests in the visible tissues of your flesh, and whatsoever happens to your physical form immediately registers in the climate of your consciousness. They are like the two shores of a single rushing river, completely distinct to the eye, yet profoundly joined by the water that flows between them. When you refuse to face an emotional truth, when you use control to suppress a wave of anger, a tremor of fear, or a pang of loneliness, that emotional energy does not vanish into thin air. Because it is a real force, a physicalized current of electricity within your nervous system, it must find a place to reside. When you push it down out of your conscious awareness, it migrates into the deep tissues, the muscles, the organs, and the fat cells of your physical body. Your body becomes a literal, living map of your unexpressed past. Every single grievance you have ever held back, every single tear you have refused to cry, and every single scream of rage you have choked down is stored right now within the structure of your physical frame. This is the real, hidden reason why you find yourself trapped in the exhausting cycle of compulsive overeating. You are not hungry for food. You are hungry for emotional resolution. Your physical body is carrying such a massive, crushing weight of suppressed negativity that it lives in a state of chronic, low-grade survival panic. It feels under attack from the inside, and because your biological programming associates survival with the accumulation of resources, it sends a constant, urgent signal to your brain demanding that you consume more matter, more sugar, more fat. Your body is trying to build a thick physical cushion of adipose tissue to protect itself from the volatile electrical storms of your own unconscious mind. Your weight is not a failure of character. It is a physical monument to your emotional suppression. Look at the sheer mechanism of this automation. You have been turned into a highly sophisticated biological computer by your society. A computer does not possess awareness. It operates entirely according to fixed, pre-programmed data and mechanical instructions. When a specific input is entered, a specific output must inevitably occur. This is exactly how most human beings live their daily lives. You think you are conscious. You think you are making deliberate choices, but you are merely reacting to the buttons that the outside world is constantly pressing on your periphery. Someone says a word that insults your ego, and the button of defensiveness is instantly pressed. Your heart rate accelerates, your blood pressure spikes, and you explode with hot irritation. A moment of isolation encounters you in your quiet home, and the button of existential loneliness is pressed. You immediately experience a mechanical wave of artificial hunger, and before you even realize what you are doing, you are standing in front of the pantry, stuffing your face with food. There is no gap, no space, and no conscious choice between the external trigger and your internal reaction. You are a puppet being danced by the unseen strings of your past conditionings, your buried childhood traumas, and your social habits. The path of meditation is the radical shattering of this entire mechanical structure. It is the introduction of a beautiful, spacious gap right in the center of the automation. When you practice the art of pure, non-judgmental witnessing, you are effectively pulling your consciousness out of the machinery of reaction and taking your seat as the sovereign observer on the hills. You allow the button to be pressed by the outside world, but you refuse to let the mechanical program execute its instructions. When the sudden, compulsive urge to overeat hits your system, or when the fiery tide of anger begins to cook your blood, you do not rush to act, and you do not try to suppress the feeling. You simply bring the entire staff of your awareness down, right in the middle of the moment. You freeze. You watch. You become an intense, wide-open focus of absolute presence. You look at the urge as if it is a strange, fascinating laboratory specimen, a curious wave of energy passing through your physical form. And the moment you look with that level of detachment, a profound cosmic law comes into effect. Unconsciousness cannot survive in the presence of consciousness. A mechanical habit requires your blind, automatic cooperation to exist. It thrives only in the dark, foggy regions of your unmindfulness. The moment you shine the brilliant focused spotlight of your awareness directly onto it, the automation is paralyzed. The gear shift occurs inside your nervous system. The urge loses its frantic, demanding authority. Its heat begins to dissipate, and it starts to dissolve back into the silence of your inner sky, leaving you completely unburdened, relaxed, and free. This shift from mechanical reaction to conscious presence is the only true freedom available to a human being. Most people have a completely distorted understanding of freedom. They think that freedom means the ability to do whatever their desires dictate. They think that if they feel a sudden urge to eat a box of chocolates at midnight, and they have the money and the means to go and buy those chocolates, they are exercising their personal freedom. But this is a supreme delusion. You are not free. You are a slave to the mechanical urge that arose unconsciously within your mind. You are merely following the instructions of a program that you did not write, driven by a hidden anxiety that you do not understand. True freedom is not the freedom of your desires, it is freedom from your desires. It is the realization that a desire can arise in your body, a thought can cross your mind, an emotion can flood your heart, but you are completely separate from all of them. You are the vast, open space through which these phenomena move. You are the eternal sky, not the passing weather. When you achieve this state of choiceless awareness, you are no longer compelled to act on every passing ripple of your periphery. If a real biological hunger arises in your stomach, you choose to eat with joy and presence. If a false psychological urge arises from your stress or your anger, you simply watch it with a quiet, amused smile until it runs away on its own. You are no longer a victim of your habits. You are the absolute master of your inner world. Consider how deeply this lack of mastery pollutes the entire collective consciousness of humanity, because billions of individuals are living entirely on their peripheries, completely disconnected from their centers. The world has become a massive, chaotic marketplace of competing egos, repressed violences, and destructive addictions. People are constantly trying to manage, reform, and fix the external structures of society through political revolutions, social movements, and legislative changes. But all such efforts are bound to fail as long as the internal consciousness of the individual remains unawakened. You can overthrow a tyrant, you can dismantle an economic system, or you can write a perfect new constitution. But if the human beings operating within that new framework are still driven by unconscious anger, greed, and fear, they will inevitably recreate the exact same patterns of oppression and misery under a different name. Look at the nature of your modern world. You have achieved miraculous breakthroughs in science and technology. You have domesticated the external forces of nature, built incredible cities, and created automated systems that can perform complex tasks at the touch of a button. Yet, despite all this external progress, the modern human being is more anxious, more distracted, more lonely, and more neurotic than any generation that has ever walked the earth. You have learned how to fly through the air like birds and swim through the depths of the sea like fish, but you have completely forgotten how to walk upon this earth with simple grace, awareness, and peace. You have turned your external world into a highly efficient paradise of technology, while your internal world remains a dark, chaotic wilderness of suppressed pain and mechanical compulsion. The only way to step out of this collective madness is to initiate a radical inner revolution within your own being. You must stop looking for solutions on the outside, and you must drop the exhausting struggle to control your surface habits through the force of your willpower. Willpower is nothing but a subtle tool of the ego, an attempt by one part of your divided mind to conquer and suppress another part of your mind. It only creates a deeper internal conflict, a continuous state of tension that drains your vitality and leaves you vulnerable to sudden, explosive relapses. Transformation does not happen through conflict. It happens through absolute acceptance and total, unattached awareness. When you stop fighting your overeating habits, when you stop condemning your anger, and when you stop treating your body as an enemy to be disciplined, you dissolve the very tension that fuels your compulsions. You allow the dark clouds to show themselves fully in your inner sky, and you simply sit quietly on the hills of your witness, watching them with a deep, compassionate presence. You realize that the energy moving through these clouds is pure, divine electricity, and that through the simple magic of your watchful consciousness, that fire can be thoroughly cooled and transformed into a fountain of radiant presence, love, and joy. As you begin to ground yourself more securely at your center, you will find that your entire physical presence undergoes a magnificent metamorphosis. Your eyes will lose their dull, closed, and defensive quality, becoming bright, clear, and wide open to the immense beauty of the universe. Your body will release its chronic armor of muscular tension, returning to its natural state of fluid grace, sensitivity, and relaxation. You will discover that you no longer require a heavy cushion of physical fat or a constant intake of emotional comfort to feel safe in this world, because you have found the ultimate security, the ultimate shelter, and the ultimate nourishment within the silent, deathless space of your own centered being. To assist you on this profound path of internal alchemy, to help you bridge the gap between your mechanical biological reactions and the supreme mastery of your soul, we have made a definitive inner map available for your guidance. You can access our specialized ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, through the links located right below in the description of this video. This text is designed to serve as a precise, meditative companion for your quiet hours, illuminating the hidden channels of your internal electricity so you can stop fighting the surface waves and finally rest at the serene, undisturbed bottom of your own infinite ocean. Let this understanding sink deep into the very core of your flesh. Do not treat it as an intellectual theory to be remembered, but as a living invitation to return home to yourself. The next time the mechanical urge to overeat encounters you, or the hot tide of resentment begins to flare in your chest, remember the stick of Bankei, remember the silence of Buddha, and choose the path of pure, watchful consciousness. Step back from the edge of the volcano, take your seat at the eternal center of your being, and allow your entire life to dissolve into a beautiful, seamless flow of absolute presence and grace. This grace is not a trophy to be won, nor is it a destination at the end of a long, arduous journey. The very idea of an end point, a future goal, is the supreme strategy that your mind uses to keep you trapped on the chaotic periphery of your life. Look closely at the mechanism of your mind. It thrives exclusively on time. It can live in the past through memory, or it can live in the future through imagination, projection, and desire. But in the immediate, absolute reality of the present moment, the mind simply cannot breathe. The present is the death of the mind and the birth of your true being. When you say to yourself, "Tomorrow I will start my diet," or "Next time I feel angry, I will be watchful," you are playing the mind's favorite game. You are creating the illusion of a future where transformation will miraculously happen by itself. But tomorrow never comes. It is an absolute mathematical impossibility. Whenever existence encounters you, it always encounters you in the form of this very moment, this eternal now. By projecting your awareness into a hypothetical tomorrow, you ensure that you remain completely unconscious, reactive, and mechanical today. The tomorrow you are waiting for is merely a trick to postpone the terrifying necessity of facing yourself right here, right now. Consider why your entire civilization is so deeply invested in the concept of the future. Why has every culture, every religion, and every political system trained you from infancy to look away from the present and focus all your vital energy on what is to come? It is because a person who lives in the absolute present can never be manipulated, can never be exploited, and can never be forced into a state of psychological slavery. A person who is perfectly content, whole, and centered in the now has no use for the promises of the politicians, the dogmas of the priests, or the synthetic temptations of the marketplace. They are already fulfilled, they are already home. Society needs you to be restless, deeply dissatisfied, and perpetually hungry. If you are satisfied with your present reality, who will buy your unnecessary luxuries? Who will volunteer to fight your wars? Who will bow down to the authority of the institutions that promise you salvation in some distant paradise? Your entire economic and social structure is fueled by your inner hunger, by the chronic emptiness that arises whenever you live an exile from your own center. They have successfully commercialized your spiritual void. They have taught you to misinterpret your existential longing as a physical appetite, a material desire, so that you go on consuming, accumulating, and wasting your life force on the periphery, completely oblivious to the infinite treasure that sits silent at your core. To break free from this collective hypnosis, you must relearn the art of becoming an absolute blank sheet. When you arrived into this physical universe as a newborn baby, you possessed no character, no morality, no prejudices, and no fixed habits. You were a vast, open space of pure, unconditioned consciousness, a blank sheet of paper upon which nothing had yet been written. Your eyes were clean mirrors that reflected the world without a single distortion, without a single judgment. If a shadow passed before you, your consciousness reflected the shadow. If a light appeared, it reflected the light. There was no residue, no accumulation, no identity. But the moment you entered the machinery of human society, the writing began. Your parents wrote their anxieties upon you. Your teachers wrote their dogmas upon you. Your priests wrote their concepts of sin and virtue upon you. And your culture wrote its mechanical habits and consumption patterns upon you. By the time you reached adulthood, that beautiful, open blank sheet had been covered with a dense, chaotic graffiti of social conditionings, rules, and expectations. And you have made the fatal mistake of identifying yourself with that graffiti. You think you are the character that has been written upon you. You say, I am a good person, I am a sinner, I am an anxious soul, or I am a compulsive overeater. But I tell you, you are not the writing, you are the paper. You are the vast white expanse that lies underneath all the social scripts, completely untouched, completely pure, and completely unconditioned. Your character is merely your periphery. It is a mask given to you by others, a collection of habits that you have gathered from the outside world. True nature, your eternal center, is entirely characterless. It has no labels, no virtues, no vices, and no fixed forms. It is simply a pure capacity to perceive, an empty mirror that witnesses the entire play of existence without being modified by it. Unless you learn to peel away the layers of your social personality, unless you become a blank sheet once again, you will never know the absolute freedom of your true being. The moralists will tell you that the path to peace is to write better things on your sheet, to replace your bad habits with good habits, to replace your anger with forced patience, and to replace your overeating with rigid discipline. But this is just another form of decoration on the periphery. You are merely changing the color of the graffiti. You are not returning to the purity of the paper. A good character is just as much of a cage as a bad character. It may be a cage made of gold and lined with velvet, but it is a cage nonetheless. It restricts your spontaneity. It destroys your freedom, and it requires a constant, exhausting effort of control to maintain. Meditation is the radical process of throwing away the entire pen, stopping the writing altogether, and allowing the existing graffiti to dissolve back into the emptiness from which it came. It is not a method to improve your character, but a realization that your true identity is entirely beyond character. When you sit in silence, when you look at your passing thoughts, your compulsive desires, and your emotional storms with absolute detachment, you are effectively wiping the mirror clean. You are refusing to give your vital energy to the writing on the periphery. Let us look deeper into this quality of detachment through the metaphor of the sea. Go and watch the great ocean during a violent storm. On the surface, where the water meets the external winds, there is immense chaos, turmoil, and destruction. Massive waves are crashing against one another, throwing foam into the air, creating a terrifying scene of fury and danger. If you look only at the surface, you will believe that the ocean is completely mad, completely out of control, a force of pure violence. But if you dive deep beneath the surface, down into the absolute depths, where the external winds can never reach, you will discover a completely different reality. Deep in its furthest depths, the sea remains absolutely calm, quiet, and still, as if it is immersed in a state of profound, eternal meditation. Not even a single ripple ever penetrates that sacred silence. The turmoil on the surface does not touch the depth. The fury of the storm does not modify the essence of the water. The ocean remains entirely unified, peaceful, and unbothered, while a massive tempest rages upon its boundary. It is exactly the same with you. Your mind, your emotions, your physical habits, and your social relationships are merely the surface of your ocean, the periphery where your being meets the outside winds of circumstance, society, and others. Because you live entirely on the surface, you are constantly at the mercy of the weather. When a favorable wind blows, your waves are joyful. When a hostile storm arises, your waves are full of anger, anxiety, and compulsive desperation. You spend your entire life trying to fight the waves, trying to smooth out the water on the surface, but through your very struggle, you create an even greater chaos. The secret of inner transformation is not to fight the storm on the surface, but to learn the art of diving deep into your own depths, shifting your ground from the changing circumference to the eternal center. When you are rooted at the center, the storm does not disappear immediately. The waves may still rise, the anger may still flash, and the compulsive urge to overeat may still move through your physical body like electricity. But because you are looking at the periphery from an infinite, vast distance, the identification is permanently broken. You watch the storm as if it is happening in a completely different world, as if it is a theatrical performance being played out on a distant stage. You can look at the lightning of your own anger and say, with absolute sincerity, "It sounds fascinating." When you achieve this level of distance, the compulsion completely loses its power to manipulate you. A habit can only control you as long as you are unconsciously identified with it, as long as you believe that you are the wave. The moment you realize that you are the ocean, the wave becomes nothing but a temporary play of energy upon your surface. You do not need to suppress it, you do not need to fight it, and you do not need to use food to numb its intensity. You simply allow the wave to rise, fulfill its natural biological life cycle, and dissolve back into the silence of your depths, leaving you perfectly whole, clean, and undisturbed. To understand how to master this transition from the periphery to the center, you must understand the true nature of awareness. Awareness is not an intellectual concentration, nor is it a rigid, tense state of mental alertness. Concentration is a function of the ego. It is a narrowing of your focus, a shutting out of the world to look at a single point. When you concentrate, you become tight, rigid, and closed off. You are using force to control your attention, and that force inevitably creates an equal and opposite tension within your subconscious mind. Awareness is the exact opposite of concentration. It is a total, choiceless opening of your entire being. It is a state of absolute relaxation where you do not select, you do not judge, and you do not filter anything that enters your inner sky. When you are aware, you are wide open like the sky itself. If a beautiful bird flies across your vision, you witness the bird. If a dark cloud appears, you witness the cloud. If a sudden rumble of thunder echoes through the air, you witness the thunder. You do not cling to the bird, you do not fight the cloud, and you do not run from the thunder. You remain a pure, passive space of perception, allowing everything to come, allow everything to stay for its natural duration, and allow everything to pass away according to its own rhythm. Bring this beautiful, relaxed quality of awareness to the very next moment you sit down to eat. Do not turn your meal into a battlefield of discipline, rules, and calorie counting. That is the way of technology, the way of the how-toers who have reduced the organic poetry of life into a mechanical science. Drop all your ideas about diets, drop your guilt, and drop your internal criticism. Simply sit down before your plate as if you are entering a sacred temple of meditation. Look at the food with absolute presence. Notice the vibrant colors, the intricate textures, and the steam rising into the air like an offering to existence. Take a moment to breathe in the aroma, allowing the fragrance to awaken the natural, sleeping intelligence of your biological senses. When you place a morsel of food into your mouth, let your entire consciousness rush to your tongue, to your jaws, and to your throat. Feel the exact texture as your teeth come down. Experience the rich explosion of flavors as they dance across your palate. Chew with an exquisite, deliberate slowness, not because a nutrition expert told you that you must chew each bite 32 times, but because you are deeply in love with the present moment, because you refuse to miss a single drop of the taste of life. When you eat with this level of intense, joyful presence, a spectacular transformation happens. The physical act of eating is elevated into a profound spiritual alchemy. You find that a very small amount of food brings you an immense, overwhelming sense of deep satisfaction and fulfillment because you are truly tasting what you eat. When you eat unconsciously, you can stuff an entire mountain of food into your body and remain completely unsatisfied because your mind was wandering outside, caught in its memories of the past, or its anxieties about the future. Your body was swallowing matter, but your soul was completely absent from the table. Your psychological hunger remained empty, so it demanded more and more and more, forcing you into the destructive cycle of overeating. But when your presence is absolute, your soul is nourished alongside your flesh. The deep, existential void is filled by the pure nectar of the now, and the compulsive urge to stuff your emptiness vanishes like a ghost exposed to the light of the morning sun. This quality of living must be extended to every single action of your day. When you walk, simply walk. Let your entire being dissolve into the physical sensation of your feet making contact with the earth. When you open a door, let your awareness rest fully on the handle, on the movement of your arm, on the space that opens up before you. When you take off your shoes, do it with absolute grace, with absolute reverence, as if you are stepping onto holy ground. The society has trained you to treat your daily actions as mere stepping stones to achieve some future outcome. You do not walk for the joy of walking, you walk to reach a destination. You do not listen to a song for the beauty of the melody, you listen to pass the time. You do not work for the creative expression of your soul. You work to earn money for a tomorrow that is never guaranteed. By treating the present moment as a mere means to an end, you turn your entire life into a cheap commodity, a mechanical transit through a gray, meaningless wilderness. I tell you, there is no destination other than this very moment. The journey itself is the goal. Every step you take with absolute awareness is a arrival at the palace of the divine. There is nowhere to go, nothing to achieve, and nothing to become. You are already that which you are seeking. You are already the master, the eternal witness, the infinite ocean of pure presence. The only thing required is for you to stop your frantic running on the periphery, drop your heavy armor of control, and allow yourself to sink gracefully down into the serene, undisturbed depths of your own centered being. Let this truth illuminate the dark corners of your daily patterns. When the ancient, mechanical gears of your conditioning begin to turn, when the hot electricity of a repressed frustration tries to drive you blindly toward the kitchen or explode into a wave of self-destructive rage, remember the great lesson of Master Bankei. Do not label the feeling as a fixed disease. Do not run away from it, and do not try to suppress it through force. Simply freeze right where you are, wield the sharp, awakening stick of your own watchful consciousness, and witness the phenomenon with absolute, non-judgmental fascination. Watch the dark clouds gather. Watch the lightning flash through your nervous system and feel the heat rise within your flesh. Stand firm as the observer on the hill, separate from the storm, and you will witness the ultimate miracle of inner alchemy. You will see the fire of your compulsions lose its heat under the steady gaze of your witness. You will see the frantic, demanding urges dissolve back into pure, unconditioned vitality. The heavy armor of physical fat and emotional defense that you have gathered over the decades will naturally, effortlessly begin to melt away, leaving your body-mind system in a state of absolute light, fluid grace, and pristine health. You will no longer need to use food to hide from your emptiness, because you will have discovered that your emptiness is the ultimate roominess, a vast open sky of pure freedom, joy, and immortal presence. Mullah Nasruddin used to say that he spent the first half of his life trying to change the world, only to find that the world remained completely unchanged. Then he spent the second half of his life trying to change himself, only to realize that the person he was trying to change was nothing but a fictional character written on his periphery by others. The moment he dropped the desire to change anything at all, the moment he simply sat in absolute awareness and allowed existence to flow through him without a single judgment, he discovered that everything was already perfect, already divine, and already full of an infinite, roaring laughter. Stop your frantic running, my beloved friends. The table is set, the silence is calling, and the ocean of your true being is waiting for you to return home. Drop your weapons, dissolve your armor, and let your entire existence become a seamless, beautiful celebration of pure, unconditioned presence. This celebration of unconditioned presence is completely outside the logic of the mind, because the mind is always looking for a transaction, a bargain, a utility. The mind asks, what am I going to get out of this moment? If I sit silently, if I become aware, if I watch my overeating, what is the reward? The mind cannot understand anything that is an end in itself. It can only understand means to an end. It turns everything into a technology, a commodity, a stepping stone. But presence is not a commodity, and it cannot be used to achieve something else. Presence is the ultimate reward, the absolute fulfillment, the final destination. When you are fully present, you are no longer looking for a result, because the richness of the now is so overwhelming, so vast, and so complete that all desires simply evaporate like morning dew. Look at how this unconditioned presence radically transforms the way you experience your physical body. Right now, because you live entirely on your periphery, you do not live in your body, You merely inhabit it like a tenant who hates their apartment. You look at your body through the eyes of condemnation, through the judgments of society, through the artificial standards of beauty and health that the marketplace has written upon your mind. You see your body as an object to be managed, a machine to be disciplined, or a problem to be solved. If it gathers fat, you hate it. If it feels tired, you become impatient with it. If it demands comfort, you feel guilty. You are in a constant, perpetual state of civil war against your own physical form. But when you sink down into your center, when you become the quiet witness of your physical existence, you suddenly realize that your body is a miracle of existence, an exquisite instrument of pure divine energy. You begin to experience your body from the inside out, not from the outside in. You do not look at it through the mirror of other people's opinions. You feel it as a living, breathing field of sensitivity and intelligence. You realize that your body has been carrying your entire unconscious mind, storing all your repressed angers, your unexpressed sorrows, and your unlived passions in its cells, muscles, and tissues, trying to protect you from the intensity of your own inner conflicts. This realization brings a deep, profound wave of compassion toward your own flesh. You stop fighting your fat, you stop fighting your appetites, and you stop treating your physical form as an adversary. You see that your tendency to overeat was never a proof of your weakness or your lack of discipline. It was a desperate, unconscious cry for protection from a body that felt chronically unsafe, chronically numb, and chronically overwhelmed by the emotional poisons you were forcing it to swallow through your suppression. When this compassion arises, the internal war ends immediately, and in that atmosphere of absolute acceptance, the natural intelligence of your body-mind system is fully restored. Let us explore this biological intelligence more deeply. The human body is thousands of times more intelligent than your conscious mind. Your mind is a very recent evolution, a small, superficial ripple on the surface of your vast evolutionary history. Your body has been developing its wisdom for millions of years, inheriting the deep structural secrets of survival, adaptation, and harmony from the entire tree of life. Your body knows exactly how to heal a wound, how to digest food, how to pump blood, and how to maintain a perfect internal equilibrium without a single conscious instruction from your mind. If you leave your body alone, if you free it from the constant interference, condemnation, and management of your unconscious mind, it will always guide you toward absolute health and balance. It will tell you precisely what nutrients it requires, precisely when it needs to rest, and precisely when it has received enough nourishment. Animals in the wild do not suffer from compulsive overeating. They do not struggle with obesity, and they do not need nutritionists or diet manuals to keep them fit. Why? Because they do not possess an egoic mind to interfere with their biological intelligence. They do not suppress their anger. They do not hide their fears, and they do not turn their mouths into battlefields for emotional warfare. When they are angry, they express it. When the danger passes, they return to balance. They live in perfect alignment with their true nature. But your society has systematically sabotaged this natural alignment from the very moment you were born. It has forced you to live at a total disconnect from your biological instincts, replacing your organic intelligence with moral rules, social conditionings, and mechanical habits. You do not eat when your body feels an authentic biological hunger. You eat because the clock says it is noon, or because you are sitting in front of a television screen, or because you are attending a social gathering where food is being offered. You have turned eating into a social ritual, a mechanical routine, and a psychological defense mechanism, completely drowning out the quiet, subtle voice of your physical biology. When you bring the light of pure awareness to the act of eating, you are effectively dismantling this entire artificial structure and allowing your biological intelligence to reclaim its rightful authority. You step out of the frantic, goal-oriented mindset of the how-toers and enter a space of pure, choiceless observation. You do not try to control your portion sizes. You do not try to restrict your choices through willpower, and you do not force yourself to follow a rigid discipline. You simply bring the entire force of your presence to the dinner table. Look at what happens to your consciousness when you chew your food with absolute mindfulness. Every movement of your jaw becomes a conscious act, a sacred meditation. You do not swallow your food whole to fill a psychological void. You let it rest on your tongue, fully experiencing the complex textures, the subtle temperatures, and the rich palette of flavors that existence has hidden within the material world. You allow your teeth to perform their natural biological function of crushing and grinding with absolute awareness, releasing the accumulated electrical tension that has been stuck in your facial muscles from years of suppressed irritation. In this state of meditative presence, you will notice a magnificent phenomenon. Your psychological hunger, which is completely infinite and insatiable, is suddenly decoupled from your physical appetite. The mind overeats because it is searching for an emotional satisfaction that food can never provide. It goes on stuffing matter into the body because it is trying to fill a spiritual vacuum. But when you are fully present, your soul is already full, already rich, and already satisfied by the pure beauty of the moment. The spiritual vacuum is dissolved by your awareness, leaving only the simple, clean, and limited needs of your physical biology. Your stomach will signal the exact moment it has received enough fuel, and you will find yourself stopping naturally, effortlessly, with a deep sense of peace and contentment that requires no external enforcement. To see this mechanism with perfect clarity, let us examine the deep psychological conditioning of guilt that society uses to keep you trapped in this mechanical loop. Guilt is the most destructive poison that has ever been introduced into the human consciousness. It is the primary tool that the priests, the moralists, and the politicians use to destroy your individuality, break your spine, and turn you into a manageable, predictable slave. They begin by condemning your natural vital instincts. They tell you that your anger is a sin, that your sex is dirty, and that your natural physical desires are a proof of your lower animal nature. When you are a small child, completely dependent on their love and approval for your survival, you swallow this condemnation whole. You begin to view your own internal currents with fear, suspicion, and disgust. Because you cannot stop these natural forces from arising, since they are planted within your biology by existence itself, you begin to hide them, suppress them, and push them down into the dark basement of your unconscious mind. This suppression inevitably creates a deep, chronic split within your being. You are divided into two parts: the respectable, smiling mask that you show to the world, and the dark, boiling volcanic shadow that you hide from everyone, including yourself. This division is the birth of guilt. You feel like a fraud, a hypocrite, a criminal who is constantly on the run from the law of your own ideals. You are perpetually terrified that a single mistake, a single moment of let go, will cause your mask to slip and expose the evil shadow underneath to the judgment of society. This chronic state of guilt creates an immense, unbearable weight of internal tension. You are trapped in a self-perpetuating loop of misery. The tension of your guilt demands a release, a distraction, an anesthetic to numb the pain of your self-hatred. And how do you find that release? You run to the most immediate, non-threatening, and socially acceptable drug available to you: food. You overeat to escape the suffocating presence of your own guilt. By stuffing your mouth with heavy matter, you temporarily deaden your sensitivity, quiet the screaming of your inner judge and ground yourself in a comfortable, dull state of physical heaviness. But the tragedy does not end there. The moment the temporary anesthesia of the food wears off, and you look down at your bloated stomach or step onto the scale, the inner judge awakens with an even greater fury. The voice of your conditioning screams at you, "Look at what you have done. You have failed again. You are weak. You have no discipline. You are disgusting." A massive new wave of guilt floods your system, burying you even deeper in self-condemnation. And what will you do with this new layer of tension? You will follow the exact same mechanical program. You will run back to the kitchen, open the refrigerator, and use more food to numb the very guilt that the overeating created. This is the wheel of neurosis, a wheel that turns continuously, life after life, generating nothing but fat, disease, and absolute spiritual despair. The moralists will look at your dilemma and give you more rules, more ideals, and more techniques of control, completely blind to the fact that it was their rules and their controls that created the disease in the first place. They tell you to use your willpower to fight the temptation, to fast, to punish yourself for your failures. But your willpower is nothing but the ego trying to conquer its own biology. It is the respectable mask trying to smash the volcanic shadow. It is an impossible battle, a form of internal violence that only increases the hidden rage of your shadow, ensuring that when the volcano inevitably explodes, it will do so with a catastrophic intensity that completely obliterates your fragile discipline. Meditation offers a complete and absolute escape from this vicious circle because it bypasses the entire logic of control and introduces the revolutionary dimension of unconditional awareness. When you take your seat at the center of your being, as the detached witness on the hills, the first thing you realize is that both the inner judge and the volcanic shadow are completely separate from you. They are both objects moving through your inner sky, parts of the social graffiti that has been written upon your periphery by others. The voice that condemns you is not your voice. It is the voice of your mother, your father, your priest, or your school teacher, echoing through the empty halls of your memory. The urge that drives you to overeat is not your authentic desire. It is a mechanical, biological reaction to the emotional poison that society forced you to suppress. You are neither the judge nor the criminal. You are the empty space, the pure consciousness, the silent observer that witnesses this entire internal drama without taking a side. The moment you achieve this level of disidentification, the entire power structure of your neurosis collapses. Guilt cannot exist without your identification with the judge. Compulsion cannot survive without your unconscious cooperation with the shadow. When you stand separate as a pure, choiceless mirror, the tension evaporates instantly. You look at your overeating habit not with a sense of sin or failure, but with a deep, calm, and scientific curiosity. You watch the mechanical program execute its instructions. You feel the tide of guilt try to rise in your heart, and you simply witness it all with a quiet smile, saying, "It sounds fascinating." In this atmosphere of non-judgmental clarity, the shadow is allowed to step out of the dark basement into the clean, healing light of your awareness. And remember the great secret of the inner sky: whatsoever is dark, whatsoever is toxic, and whatsoever is mechanical can only survive in the darkness of your unconsciousness. The moment it is brought fully into the light of your witness, its structure is dissolved. The stuck electricity of your suppressed anger melts away. The false hunger of your egoic vacuum disappears, and the energy that was trapped in your neurosis is liberated, returning to your center as a profound reservoir of pure vitality, presence, and joy. Let us understand this transformation through the deep insights of the ancient masters, who understood that all biological and psychological forces are fundamentally neutral expressions of a single cosmic life force. There are no bad energies and no good energies. There is only energy moving at different frequencies under different degrees of consciousness. Look at the nature of crude electricity in the external world. When a bolt of lightning strikes a forest from the clouds during a storm, it is a terrifying, destructive, and unpredictable force of nature. It can burn down ancient trees, destroy homes, and take human lives in a single fraction of a second. For thousands of years, primitive human beings looked up at that lightning with intense fear, bowing down in modern terror, believing it to be the wrath of a vengeful deity punishing them for their sins. They built altars, offered sacrifices, and created elaborate rituals to appease the angry god of the sky. But when modern science arrived, it did not bow down to the lightning, and it did not try to condemn or destroy the electricity. It simply studied it, understood its laws, and discovered the secrets of its conductivity. Through the path of awareness, science learned how to domesticate that wild, terrifying force. And look at what a miracle has happened. That very same electricity that once burned down forests now runs through your wires, serving your everyday life with absolute humility. It turns the blades of your electric fan to bring you comfort on a hot summer day It runs through your air conditioner to create a cool sanctuary in the middle of a desert. It powers your refrigerator to preserve your nourishment. The wild god of the sky has become your silent domestic servant. It is no longer angry, no longer threatening, and no longer destructive. Through the light of understanding, a dangerous force has been transformed into a profound friend. This is exactly what the science of religion, the art of meditation, does for the internal forces of your body-mind system. Your anger, your compulsive desires, your sexual passions, and your emotional anxieties are nothing but raw internal electricity. Because you are completely ignorant of the laws of your own inner cosmos, because you live in a primitive state of unconsciousness on your periphery, you are terrified of this electricity. You feel its heat rising within your flesh during moments of provocation. Your temperature spikes, your nervous system begins to shake and quake, and you panic. You see its capacity for destruction. You see how it can ruin your relationships and your social standing, and you immediately try to smash it, suppress it, or run away from it into the false comfort of overeating. The moralists act exactly like the primitive priests of ancient times. They look at your inner electricity, label it as an evil sin, and tell you to fear it, control it, and offer sacrifices of discipline to appease the moral gods of culture. But all their controls only keep the lightning trapped inside your house, where it continuously burns your internal organs, disrupts your health, and forces your body to gather a thick armor of fat to protect itself from its own internal combustion. Religion, true, authentic religion, which has nothing to do with churches, temples, or dogmas, says that both repression and aggression are absolute errors born out of ignorance. The basic thing that is needed is to become deeply, intensely aware of this inner electricity, to know the secret of its conductivity, and to master its transformation. You do not need to fight your anger, and you do not need to feel guilty about your appetites. You simply need to bring the light of your witness to the heat of the moment. When you are angry, or when you feel that frantic, compulsive pull driving you toward food, your system becomes hot. This heat is a beautiful, magnificent phenomenon, because when energy is active, when it is moving and functioning at a high frequency, it becomes incredibly easy to watch. When your inner sky is silent and vacant, it is difficult to look because there are no forms, no shapes, and your awareness is not yet subtle enough to perceive pure emptiness. But when a storm is raging, when the dark clouds of thoughts and provocations are gathering, and when the lightning of compulsion is flashing through your nervous system, the inner landscape is brightly illuminated. It is a spectacular scene, mysterious, terrible, and full of raw power. Do not shrink back from the mystery out of fear, and do not let the mechanical program drive you to act or suppress. Close your eyes, lie down quietly, or sit perfectly still, and turn the full focus of your consciousness directly onto the heat. Meditate on the tremor in your limbs, look at the tightening in your chest, and observe the frantic rushing of your thoughts without a single judgment, without a single desire to change what is happening. Treat your internal climate exactly like a magnificent summer storm that you are watching from the safety of a secure porch. If you can maintain this position of pure, unattached observation, you will witness the ultimate miracle of inner alchemy. The heat given by your identification will begin to dissipate, and the entire process will immediately start to cool down. The lightning will continue to flash around you. The dark clouds may still drift through your mind, but you will feel a distinct, absolute separation from them. You will realize that you are the witness of the storm, not the storm itself. And the moment the identity breaks, the fire of your compulsion is thoroughly domesticated, transforming the hot, destructive energy of your habits into the cool, silent, and infinitely refreshing breeze of true compassion and presence. Compassion is nothing but your inner air conditioning. When your internal electricity is mastered through awareness, everything within you becomes profoundly cool, centered, and beautiful. Nothing in the outside world can disturb your peace. No insult can penetrate your depth, and no temptation can drag you away from your center, because you are no longer searching for validation or comfort on the periphery. You look through the eyes of compassion, and the entire universe is transformed into a friend. You rest in your own silent presence, and you realize that you are eternally whole, eternally sustained, and eternally complete. To guide you away from the exhausting struggles of the periphery and anchor you permanently in this sovereign center, providing you with the exact blueprints needed to master your internal electricity. We have made a comprehensive spiritual text available for your journey. You can discover our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, by accessing the links located in the description right below this video. This guide is designed to serve as an illuminating companion for your quiet hours, helping you to dismantle the social conditionings of your past so you can stop fighting the surface waves and finally rest at the serene, undisturbed bottom of your own infinite ocean. Let this understanding settle into the very marrow of your bones. Do not turn it into a philosophy to be debated, but let it become a living reality in your everyday actions. The next time the mechanical program tries to assert its authority, step back, wield your awareness, and claim your divine mastery over your inner sky. This celebration is not something you perform. It is not a ritual you schedule, and it is certainly not an external act that requires an audience. It is the very quality of your being, when the illusion of the split mind dissolves completely, when you are no longer dividing yourself into the controller and the controlled, when you are no longer hiding your volcanic shadow behind a respectable social mask. Your entire life force is liberated from the prison of conflict. It becomes a radiant, effortless dance of pure energy. This is what it means to live from the center. The center is not a place of cold isolation. It is a fountain of infinite vitality, an absolute abundance that requires nothing from the external world to feel complete. When you reside at this center, you realize that your true nature is your eternal nature. You cannot have it and not have it. It is not a temporary visitor that comes and goes according to the whims of your environment. Your anger comes and goes. Your anxiety comes and goes. Your compulsive desire to overeat comes and goes. Because they are transient, because they have a beginning and an end, they cannot be part of your true reality. They are merely passing shadows on the surface of your consciousness. But you, the one who witnesses the arrival and departure of these shadows, you are always there. You were there before you were born. You are there in this very moment of silent reflection, and you will be there long after this physical vehicle has returned to the elements of the earth. This should be the only criterion for every true seeker of truth, nature, and Tao, that we must come to the point in our being which remains always and always absolutely eternal, completely beyond the reach of time and circumstance. Look at how beautifully Master Bankei brought the Zen student to this realization. When the student claimed to have an ungovernable temper, Bankei did not prescribe a discipline, he did not offer a moral teaching, and he did not suggest a method of psychological control. He simply said, "Show me this temper. It sounds fascinating." And in that single masterful stroke, the illusion of the disease was shattered. The student was forced to look within and realize that in the presence of the Master, in the space of absolute awareness, the temper was completely non-existent. It was not his true nature. If it were his true nature, he could have produced it at any moment, under any circumstances, just as he could show his eyes, his hands, or his breath. Bankei pointed out a truth that applies to every single one of your addictions, your anxieties, and your self-destructive habits. When you were born, you did not have them. and your parents did not hand them down to you as a gift from existence. They must come into you from the outside. They are written upon your periphery by a society that thrives on division, repression, and unconsciousness. Every time you feel the mechanical compulsion to open the refrigerator when your body is not genuinely hungry, every time you feel the hot tide of resentment boiling in your chest, remember that this energy is an uninvited guest arriving from the external world. It is not who you are. It is merely a ripple on the surface where your boundary meets the winds of society. To experience this freedom completely, you must learn to fall in love with your own inner emptiness. The mind is terrified of emptiness because it can only exist when it is occupied with objects, with problems, with goals, or with habits. When you take away the clutter of your past conditionings through the power of your witness, the mind experiences a profound sense of vertigo. It panics and misinterprets this vast, open spiritual space as a physical sensation of hunger. It tells you that you are empty, and because it only understands the language of matter, it drives you to fill that magnificent vacuum with physical food. You overeat because you are terrified of your own nothingness, terrified of the beautiful, silent space that opens up whenever you stop fighting and stop reacting. You use food as a psychological weight to ground your soul and escape the sublime lightness of your true being. But when you understand that this emptiness is your ultimate roominess, a palace of pure, unconditioned freedom, you no longer run from it. You stop treating your physical body as a garbage can for your unexpressed emotions, and you allow it to return to its natural, organic harmony. You eat when your biology genuinely requires nourishment. You stop the moment your body is satisfied, and you live with an exquisite, radiant lightness that completely transforms your physical presence. You are no longer a puppet being danced by the unseen strings of your conditioning. You are the absolute master of your inner sky. As we sit together in this sanctuary of consciousness, observing the deep currents of our own internal landscape, let this realization settle into the very core of your heart. If you feel a sudden surge of clarity, if you feel the heavy burden of your past habits beginning to lift under the light of this understanding, take a moment to anchor this presence. I invite you to share your insights, your reflections, and your own journey with these patterns in the comments section below, creating a collective space of awakening for seekers worldwide. If you wish to stay connected to this flowing stream of truth, to receive these regular waves of mindfulness that pierce through the illusions of the mind, ensure that you subscribe to our journey and share this light by liking and distributing this video to those who are still struggling in the dark valleys of the periphery, for those who feel a deep, soul-stirring call to support the continuation of these discourses, to help us expand this oasis of wisdom and reach more thirsty souls across the globe. You can explore the official join button right below to become a vital part of our inner circle of transformation. Your conscious energy exchange through features like super thanks acts as a beautiful blessing that allows this work to flourish independently, unburdened by the demands of the material marketplace. Every gesture of mindfulness, every act of conscious support helps sustain this sanctuary of transformation for future generations who are searching for the way back to their own eternal center. Let us look deeper into this center, where the distinction between the watcher and the watched becomes absolute. When you take your seat as the witness on the hills, you realize that your character is entirely separate from your being. Your character is your periphery. It is a mask written by others, a collection of conditionings that you carry to navigate the social marketplace. You don't bring any character into the world. You come absolutely characterless, a pristine blank sheet, and all that you call your character is merely written by others, your parents, your society, your teachers, and your traditions. Unless you become a blank sheet again, unless you learn to dissolve the writing on the circumference, you will never know what nature is. You will never know what Tao is. And you will never know what the divine truly is. The problem is never how to develop a strong character, how to attain a state of perfect non-anger, or how to enforce a rigid discipline over your appetite. All such efforts are forms of control. And control is nothing but a subtle violence that splits your mind and pushes the poison deeper into your unconscious. The only real problem is how to change your consciousness from the periphery to the center. Suddenly, through the simple act of watching without judgment, you see that you have always been calm, always been silent, and always been untouched. You can look at the periphery from a distance so vast, so infinite, that you can watch the storm as if it is not happening to you at all. In fact, it never happens to you. Even when you are completely lost in it, something in you remains undisturbed. Something in you remains beyond. Something in you remains an eternal witness. Go and watch the sea once more in your quiet hours. Millions of waves are there on the surface, clashing, breaking, and creating a tremendous chaos where the water meets the external winds. But deep in its depth, the sea remains entirely calm and quiet, deep in an eternal state of meditation. The turmoil is strictly confined to the surface where the winds touch it. It is exactly the same with you. Just on the surface where you meet others, there is anxiety, anger, attachment, greed, lust, and compulsive overeating. If you remain on the surface, you can never change this changing phenomenon. It will remain a constant source of misery. Many people try to fight it there, on the circumference, using their willpower to stop a wave from arising. But through their fight, even more waves arise, because when the surface fights with the wind, the sea itself helps to create a tremendous chaos. The difference between an ordinary person and an enlightened being is not a difference of character, morality, or virtue. Remember this deeply. It is not that a Buddha has a perfect character and you have a flawed character. The difference is entirely in where you are grounded. You are grounded on the periphery, completely identified with the surface waves. A Buddha is grounded securely in the center. He can look at his own periphery from an immense distance. When you hit his physical form, when you insult his name, he sees it as if you have hit someone else because the center is so distant. He is like a watcher on the highest mountain peaks, looking down at the storms in the valleys, watching the entire play of existence with an absolute, undisturbed coolness. When you are grounded at the center, everything changes its quality. The inner electricity that once manifested as a destructive rage or a frantic, compulsive urge to overeat is completely domesticated through your awareness. It loses its burning heat and transforms into the sublime coolness of compassion. Compassion is an inner air conditioning. When you look through the eyes of compassion, the entire universe is transformed into a friend, and every situation becomes an opportunity to enjoy the play of consciousness. You no longer need to use food as a drug to numb your pain, because you have found the ultimate nourishment within your own silent presence. You eat when your body requires fuel. You stop the moment your biology is satisfied, and you move through the world with an exquisite, radiant lightness that reflects the absolute purity of your true nature. To provide you with a precise, practical blueprint for mastering this transition from the periphery to the center, to help you bridge the gap between your mechanical, biological reactions and the supreme mastery of your soul. A comprehensive inner map has been prepared for your journey. You can access our definitive guide and ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, by visiting the links provided right below in the description of this video. Let this text serve as your silent, illuminating companion in your quiet hours, helping you to dismantle the social conditionings written upon your periphery, master your internal electricity, and finally rest at the serene, undisturbed bottom of your own infinite ocean. Stop your frantic running, my beloved friends. The table is set, the silence is calling, and the ocean of your true being is waiting for you to return home. Drop your weapons, dissolve your armor, and let your entire existence become a seamless, beautiful celebration of pure, unconditioned presence.